It out on her own. Rara's canceled. She just
What?
said some horrible stuff. She called Trump a Kunta Kinte, which I
Oh
don't
God.
which I
I
don't understand.
Spread
what
that
is
around.
that? What is that? I
I
don't
don't know what
understand.
that means.
What the fuck is a Kunta Kinte?
I think that Keith Olbermann wanted to call DJT the C word, which I will not use for YouTube monetization reasons. And it just messed up. It just went wrong. And so he was trying to be cute, like, see you next Tuesday. And it didn't work out. Listen, we actually have a guest that's here right now. It's actually kind of incredible that human beings like call in on the show. But here you go. Listen, Lauren Ashcraft is here, and probably she hears me. We're gonna figure it out. And Rara, if you can get on the Zoom call using that link that I sent you earlier, that would be rad too. Yeah. Uh-huh.
I didn't realize I had to be on it.
Lauren, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
How are you doing?
So I couldn't sleep last night, so I ended up dipping into I have a very limited prescription of Xanax to help me with some panic attacks. So I dipped it. Yes. I know. Oh my gosh, you're right. You're right. So I think I like quote unquote gave up meat last Thanksgiving. Like we had a whole thing, and I found a pepperoni log in my sister's refrigerator drawer, and the next day we were supposed to make pizza and it was gone, and I admitted to eating the entire thing. So I decided that like my vice is I don't know, I like binge eat meat, if I'm being completely honest. So I'm like, this is gonna be a step to being healthier, is to just cut it out of my diet.
So two things. And number one, and this is most important, like every bit of meat that you are not eating, you're doing an incredible amount for the environment. You're doing a lot for like, I mean, you know about the supply chain, how much pollution it causes, and yada yada yada, all that hippy dippy stuff.
Yeah.
Like every little bit means a lot. And like if we can convince people to go without meat for like a day during the week, or to just have like
Yeah.
eat a slightly smaller hamburger, these things do a whole lot. So you just not doing it at all and eating like a checker burger once a year is actually like probably okay.
In unrelated
Thank
news,
you.
17% of Florida is in
I'm doing it
Biden
for the
leads.
environment, so thank you. It's really I just became very unhealthy when it was always available to me. So a couple of birds with one stone, I guess, but I'm happy about the overall results. But election day 2020 apparently is one of those days, you know?
This is the weirdest year in human history. If you were to just make a list of the weird stuff, do you remember when there was that whole thing about Liz Smith, who was Pete Buttigieg's campaign manager, and she was like
Oh yeah.
accused of like pretending to be a black person, like a random person from literally Africa, who was Liz Smith's like stan. He was like a stan for Liz Smith.
Oh
I do
no.
remember that. The Nigerian
Did
like
it turn out to
accounts,
be
right?
her?
Well, here's the deal. There was clearly an arrangement made. So the guy came out and did like some covering for Liz Smith and was like, I'm not her and she's not me and I really am a stan. But there was this really awkward pause between her getting discovered and the guy taking like biting the bullet. So we all kind of think that like she slid the guy some cash and was like, hey, come on, like
Amazing.
like take it for the team. And
Oh man.
Oh wait,
what was
This is like prime juice political gossip right here.
what was the weirdest thing that happened during this year in your opinion?
Mm.
So
Oh
much
my God,
weird
where do I
stuff
start?
happened. Yeah, exactly. Like
Ruth Bader Ginsburg dying was kind of like the cherry on top of the Sunday, because I think like I don't know, 2020 terrible. Like
That's a
pretty
horrible
much from the
Sunday.
start. When
There's
was it?
Checkers hamburgers on that Sunday, Lauren.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh my gosh, it's like a sardine flavored sundae with a cherry on top. And I think that's pretty much like what 2020 is to me. But I mean, a pandemic that causes the entire world to wear masks and stay indoors and stuff.
Yeah.
And wipes out over 230,000 people. I think my brain on a normal day just doesn't comprehend that. And I think part of why, just being like completely open on air with you guys, but like I do have generalized anxiety disorder, and it's been like particularly bad lately. And I think whenever I have those realizations of shit, like how many people around me aren't there anymore, like, you know, it hits really hard. It's like glimpses of understanding the gravity of this year. And I think just Ruth dying, like I'm laughing because it's the most ridiculous thing ever. Because
no, it's like Game of Thrones when Arya gets to the Vale, and they're like, "Yeah, your aunt isn't even here anymore." Whatever the situation was, their cat had left. I forget what happened, and she just cracks up laughing. Like it's so bad that how else can you react?
Right?
Yeah,
right. That is because like. I don't know. I think I was doing FaceTime with my friend or something, and she's like, "Fuck," and I'm like, "What?" She's like, So Lauren, Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, and I think I was just like, "Yep, makes a lot of sense."
I was like, yeah, my boyfriend came in my room, and I think he like came in my room or something, and he was like, "Oh my God, guess what happened?" And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Ruth Bader Ginsburg died." Or no, he called me on the phone, and I just started laughing. Like I just started like full body laughing because it was just like, of course she did.
Right? That's how I reacted too. I was like, and everybody was doing these protests the next day, and I went too, but I felt nothing, and that started to scare me because I was like, my fucking cat's name is Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Like I love her. And like I have a Ruth Bader Ginsburg figurine on the bookshelf next to me, and I felt nothing when she died. And that's like where we are right now, is like it's just this constant trauma. It's kind of like how I'm saying, like I was telling my brother-in-law the other day, and we have like a very brotherly relationship where we like to one up each other and show each other like the scarier movie than the last time, like whenever the family gets together. And I was just telling him the other day when we were like Netflix partying, like a horror film, I was like, this one did nothing for me. I need bigger scares. And that's like kind of how I feel with 2020. Not like I want bigger scares, but it's like it takes a lot for me to be like, oh shit, guys, oh no, because I'm like at a constant 90% anxiety. Like for anything to scare me anymore, it's gonna take a lot, and like tonight could do that. I think realizing that in the back of my head is why I have taken some Xanax.
What if this other guy wins?
Thanks for listening. I feel like this was a therapy session. So
thank you. Listen, if this other guy wins, it's possible that you will just realize that you're fully unstoppable because you will have just confronted the pure depths of fear or
you guys still
misery.
There?
Yeah. Yeah.
Were you on mute?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I hit the mute button by mistake. Listen, what I meant to say was, if this other guy wins, then what could happen is you could confront like the full depths of your fear, and you could become like truly without limits.
Mm-hmm. Limitless,
if
you will.
For everyone's sake, I'm hoping that doesn't happen because I don't want to know what limitless Lauren looks like.
That's a good point. This is what the patriarchy is all about. It's all about keeping
Lauren in a jar.
Too much power. Like, what can we do? How can we manage this? We got to stop.
Or the
Um,
girl boss is gonna stop fascism.
good point.
Oh.
Good point. Listen, you're in New York State, right?
Yes.
Tell us what is the Working Families Party, and will they release these vote totals from this? No, but what? Tell us about the WFP. What's their deal?
Oh my gosh. So sorry, not to not answer that question, but there was just like a Florida projection that came out and it's looking fairly good for Democrats. Biden was at 55% in a county that like swung Trump last time. So anyway, taking a deep breath. Working Families Party. So number one is if you are a leftist in New York, one of your arch nemesis is Cuomo, because he's actually like a very conservative Republican that parades around as a Democrat, and he loves to pretend that he had no control over like how conservative the state used to be legislative wise. And then it turned out he was partnering with all of these Republicans and really enjoying the fact that they kept voting for Republican ideals. Keeping in mind, New York is one of the bluest states in the entire country.
Yeah, and you guys have like a barely split assembly, and there was some sort of back and forth with people switching parties or some kind of stuff like that.
Yes, that was like Cuomo and his posse pretending to be Democrats, but they were not. One of them was a sexual harasser, Jeff Klein. There was a huge effort, a lot of indivisibles and Democratic clubs and like grassroots organizations worked really hard to get the IDC out. And that's this group of like terrible fake like people who were voting against all of our best interests. They were replaced by the likes of like Biaggi and just like really amazing like state senators and assembly people that knocked these fake Democrats out, which was amazing. But the problem is we're still like one vote away from passing the New York Health Act, which is how the state of New York would have universal health care. And the fact that we haven't gotten there to set an example is pretty eyebrow raising. We also are about to have another neighbor that has legal cannabis. New Jersey has cannabis on the ballot, and we're not there yet. We're New York. It's ridiculous. Anyway, Working Families Party is they are an amazing group of on-the-ground activists that work really hard. Whenever you're a candidate and get endorsed by them and get to be on the Working Families Party line, for example, like it's an amazing partnership of really passionate people that are out there, like getting petition signatures and spreading the word. And people like Barkon, you know, he's like WFP national, but as somebody who like really cares about disability rights, I see him as a really strong voice that I value. And generally, like when I talk to people who work for the WFP, particularly in New York, I just hear that it's a very thoughtful grassroots type organization where people are, you know, working to spread revolutionary love and kindness. And so anyway, fast forward to 2018, Cuomo did not get endorsed by them. But
You don't say.
Nixon got the WFP. Yeah, Cynthia Nixon got the WFP support, and you know, his disdain for the party didn't start there, but I think it was the proverbial cherry on top of his disdain for the party. So he works very hard to try to kill the New York Working Families Party. And what we need in New York is, I think it's 200,000 people that vote on the WFP line. So if you vote for Biden, you vote for Biden, but you can do so on the Democrat or Working Families line. So we've been encouraging people to vote on the Working Families line so that they get those votes that they need to remain a party that can be on the ballot.
Yeah, this is rad. Okay, listen. How are you dealing with the apocalypse that's incoming? What are you doing to distract yourself? What are you doing to just enjoy your life?
That's a great question. So my friend and I are going to go to kind of the hub of progressive politics. So Western Queens is kind of the hotspot of the hub of progressive politics in New York, if you will. And we're going to a restaurant called Catch in Astoria that hosts a lot of progressive events. They have an outdoor space, so we're going to go do like an election watch with them in just a little bit. So it's a good way to not be alone on election night, but still socially distanced and as safe as possible.
Well, Lauren, we only wanted to take a few minutes of your amazing day, so I want you to take good care of yourself, and please come back and hang out with us as soon as possible. Hopefully for a full hour, so that we can just monopolize each other's time.
I would love to come back on, and I really appreciate you guys having me on. I hope that you guys stay safe and my goodness, have a glass of something if you want, or cannabis.
Hey,
CBD.
before we go, what do you think is the most important thing people should do tomorrow?
Oh, I mean, I said for a long time my organizing starts tomorrow. So, I think regardless of anything, I know there are actions around New York City tomorrow to make sure that votes are protected. And I definitely want to be part of those efforts. If there's poll watching, I want to help that effort as well, watching the ballots get opened and counted. Regardless of who wins tonight or, who wins this election, we have to protect people's voice. People took the time out of their day to vote. So we don't want that to be in jeopardy. I mean, if Trump wins, I don't know, man. I can't really judge that. But if Biden wins, then our organizing should start tomorrow. And that means, I know that a lot of people are saying he can't be pushed left. But if we get the Senate back, if we get, if we keep Congress just as blue as it is, for example, then we can just make sure that we're pushing people to listen. And I think maybe a lot of people are realizing that if they don't support Medicare for all, they're going to get primaried and they lose. So I think our organizing starts tomorrow in pushing for, Green New Deal and pushing for Medicare for all, making sure that our votes remain intact. We do have to stack the courts. That's something I'm really passionate about too. And these are the priorities that I'm looking at right now. And regardless of how grumpy it makes Biden, I'm not gonna let up, and I hope that everybody listening is gonna join in my effort. We demand, we are their bosses. If you're elected, you're my employee. So you better listen to me.
Well, Lauren, we're always willing to listen to you. You come on the show literally anytime, and we'll hang out. It's been great, and we love having you on, and we'll do it again ASAP.
Thank you, guys. It's been a pleasure. Talk to you guys soon.
All right, see ya. Bye-bye.
Cool.
Listen, we had to do that. We had to do it to him one.
We had to have a little bit of wonky stuff.
Yeah. Listen, we've got guests. We're just gonna start pulling people on. People have been sitting here watching Lauren for 10, 15 minutes.
Hi.
Hey.
What's up,
If you can-
everybody? We've got a whole Brady bunch, and I'm just gonna do like some
what's up?
quick intros. Leia, former FKA Leia, you're now April. You've rebranded.
Yeah, I'm going in a different stylistic direction.
What inspires a person to rebrand?
I don't know. You know, it's just kind of I hate my parents. That's my guiding philosophy for most of my decisions in my life is I hate my parents.
Molly,
good.
Molly, what's up? You are muted. We can't hear you. You got to figure that out on that end. And our host, Rara, how you doing?
Hello, hi.
What happened to you tonight?
What do you mean? I was muted
So many-
some of the time, but
Yeah, there was a thing with Kroger. There was a thing with.
yeah. So I was like, I was with my boyfriend and we were like, we gotta go get snacks. We gotta go get charcuterie for white women. I don't remember who said that, but
That was me,
that was
genius.
you. So we went and we were like in line for quite a while. There was a lot of people there. It was maybe really uncomfortable, but we made it out. And we got back around like 6:15, and I scrambled to get ready. I'm wearing my Bernie shirt.
I love that.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
that's great.
Oh,
I
it's
love
so
that.
cute too.
I pulled it out of my closet. I was like, let's just get drunk and be remember the better times, right? Oh, and then I also have to share my charcuterie setup. Hang on, let me see if I can grab my camera. Here's my charcuterie setup.
Oh,
I love that. That's dank.
That's what rich people eat.
Rachel, let's talk charcuterie. How's it going over there? You're muted too.
You're muted too. It's not just me.
All right, well, here's why I'm muted. It's because I'm extremely unsober. I've been writing music and reading books. I've been actively avoiding the internet and any kind of election news. And I'm feeling fine, actually.
I feel great too. And you know why? Because I'm not looking at any of this. But
Yes.
we have someone who has volunteered to wade through the muck, to get their hands in the dirt.
Great.
April, how are you? Tell us about these things.
I've been constantly refreshing not only Decision Desk, but New York Times and the CNN. Decision
Why?
Desk is the best, but
We need one person to do
April,
it.
why?
One person needs to do it.
this service needs to be
Yeah.
done.
Thank you. Thank
And
you for
so
that.
far, we have about 55% of Florida.
Don't
in,
tell us
and
that. We don't care.
No.
Unless
Okay,
Actually, I want to
just
know
in general.
if my prediction was right. What's Florida looking like?
Generally, it looks like Biden might take Florida. It seems like things are leaning that direction. He's performing really well in the counties that we want him to perform well. We have over half the vote in, and he's leading by 5%.
All right.
Okay, so
Great.
Brandon and I talked about this earlier, but we decided whenever we found out that Biden was up in the polls, we would do a high hopes break.
Hell yes.
we gotta find the video, and we'll do. Yeah,
I have
I'm
to
not.
admit, I was a Panic at the Disco stand for a literal decade. So
Yeah, it's kind of heartbreaking, isn't it?
yeah, it's very embarrassing.
Wait, did y'all hear it when I played it from my speakers?
No, thank
What
God.
the fuck? Okay.
Thank
I'm
God.
sorry.
I'm so happy that you're a boomer and you don't know how to use anything. No
Just
one
got
would
this new
think.
mic, I don't know how to use it.
No one
I
would
don't
think
know, man.
because you're like very cool in real life. So
I'm
unless
not good
there's
at live shit. This is why I have a producer now.
Right.
I can't be held responsible for my lack of knowing things.
which I
Everyone that's cool in real life is bad at online stuff, and everyone
Thank
that's
you.
bad in real life is really good online. I'm in like a happy medium where I'm bad at all of it.
I thought about patching us into Andrea's YouTube just to get the toxicity, but I don't think we need to get the pure cut raw cope. I would like to get our cope filtered
Yeah.
through some positive sources here. Oh
I don't
God,
think the cope is
Cutting
really
our-
hitting yet.
play
cutting
that.
our cope with
Sorry, friends. I forgot
marijuana.
to share audio.
I
I'm very
from
sober.
the wonk desk, I don't think that the cope is really going to be coming in force yet, because there's still a lot left to be determined. I say the cope starts coming in force in 30 minutes, an hour and 30 minutes.
Yeah, we got like an hour and a half until like the peak cope hits, which is actually and we can play this video because it's actually dope. It's incredible.
Yeah, this is our high hopes break because I'm wonderful and know where everything lives.
I love that. All right, hit it.
I feel like I'm being attacked.
Oh man.
We love to just punish our viewers, which is just so great.
Where did you even find that, or did someone make it?
Oh no, that was Kennedy made that. Yeah.
Oh god, they had to curse everybody with that, didn't they?
Kennedy is a blessed angel, and I will die for them. So
they're pretty sick. I am quite happy to share a name with them.
That's incredible. I'm so glad that
differentiate y'all.
Good Kennedy, other Kennedy.
Yeah.
What about baby Kennedy? Does that sound? Is that weird?
No, baby Kennedy is good.
That's so.
I am
funny.
a baby. I am everyone's.
Florida
baby.
is coming in really quickly. We're at 70%, and Biden is still leading in like significant margins.
I love that Leia is just a perfect encapsulation of the left, because Leia, when this thing was started, and I was like, "Come on, come do this."
Mm-hmm.
They were like, "No, because I don't want to do any nerd anything."
I deny it. I deny it. But there is a certain joy in looking at swing counties. I don't understand it.
Listen,
my brain.
Let's put all that to the side. I was really hoping that Molly would be here to talk about Vidya. But do you guys want to talk about the Cope Vidya that has come out over the last 4 years in relation to Trump winning, or Vidya that's come out this year? Anand, this is great timing, because listen, this is actually great. Do we hear you?
Hello.
Do you sound
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound perfect.
All right.
For people who don't know, Anand is the creator of one of our favorite upcoming games, The Promised Land. It is a 2D pixel art farming MMO.
Hell yeah!
That will be available like next year-ish. And we're fundraising. We're getting the connections together. All that stuff's still happening. Listen, no, I feel like because you're making the game.
Yeah.
No one ever asked you, what games are you playing?
Well, it's a farming game, so I'm playing a lot of Stardew Valley. If anyone's familiar with that, the premier farming game. So I pretty much end most of my nights playing that before I go to sleep. It's kind of like a book that I should be reading. Otherwise, I'm kind of lame right now because I'm programming a lot, especially right now. So I'm just playing Overwatch, really just a lame stream kind of gaming. A little bit of Disco Elysium too when I have some time. So that's going on right now.
Disco Elysium is actually the one game that I really am excited about wanting to play, and I hope that I can get some time and play it as soon as possible because it looks so good. It looks like just
a very good game. I've played it before.
Immersive game. You know, the game that I'm actually playing the last month has been Grand Theft Auto 5, because my computer didn't run it, and I didn't want to play it on PlayStation and do the whole online and 12-year-olds driving their car into you. So that didn't sound fun. So I literally just got a computer that could run it well. And so I'm going through the story mode for the first time this week.
For the first time?
Yeah.
I feel like I might have played that game twice or maybe even 3 times.
No, it's an ancient game. It belongs in a museum. Squidward, thank you for joining the channel. We have lots of good stuff here. We run new things here all the time. Axewave, hello. Thank you for joining. Listen, y'all are all welcome. We also encourage you, join us on YouTube. But whenever we're doing stuff on YouTube, we usually also stream on Twitch. So DrewBased 504, congratulations and welcome as well. What else are y'all playing? And Rara or Leia, if either of y'all would like to run the discussion, I'm gonna go get a beer. Everybody's enjoying themselves, which I hate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll just go
Look,
ahead and jump.
this is self-care, Brandon.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll just go ahead and tell you all what I've been playing lately, which is the same thing I've been playing since I got it, which is Fortnite.
On Switch.
On Switch.
Oh, hell yeah.
Which is awesome. It's been super fun. Me and my boyfriend have been playing together, we've been taking turns, but it's actually just fun to watch each other play because we are one of those couples that just watches each other play video games for some reason. But it's a lot of fun, and I found out recently, this was like yesterday actually, that somebody like made a Biden Island in the game.
Oh no.
No.
Like made a Biden map basically.
What? Okay, I don't actually want to know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway because it's literally my job. What made it a Biden Island exactly?
So this is the stupid part is apparently, and this is according to Libby Watson, who I follow on Twitter. She said that they took away so you have they took away, there's something called Building with Biden, and they took away the building feature, which is when you build the actual forts and stuff. So they took away the one feature in the game that made it different from other like fighting game, like arena games. Basically, it was really stupid. I don't know. It was really dumb. I'm trying to turn my mic up. Hang on. I'm figuring my shit out.
I have trouble playing that game. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I have a lot of trouble playing Fortnite. That game is way too complicated for me. I can't focus on the shooting and the building at the same time. I'm really impressed by everyone else that can. Just wasn't something I can get into.
Yeah, I'm not good at the building part at all. I'm really not, but I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. But that's what I've been playing lately. Who else?
Lately, what I've been playing is and it came out a while back, but it was on sale. Is Control for the PC. And if you don't know, it's basically a game about the SCP, but if it was a federal bureau, and you're a person that accidentally found their way into this office of the Federal Bureau of Control that monitors anomalous activity around the world, and you have to like fight monsters and figure out what the fuck is happening. And it's really good. It has fantastic atmosphere. It really recreates the 70s sort of brutalist style of federal architecture with the paranatural twist that really, really makes it pop. And I've been enjoying it a lot.
If you are like an old and you remember Fear, it's very similar to that. It also has a lot in common with a couple other games. They're not coming to mind off the top of my head, but it's fun. Control was fun. I liked it. It's a good shooter.
I really like the colors of Control. That's the thing I remember the most, like the bright reds and the blacks and all the contrast. I had a lot of fun with that.
I rarely want to buy art books for games, but Control is the one game that I would want to do that for.
I just play Animal Crossing and Among Us like everyone else online.
I was gonna say I love your Animal Crossing posts. They're some of my favorite because I don't get to play as much as I'd like to, and like whenever I play Animal Crossing, it's after like weeks of not playing it. So now, so my island is just like destroyed, and I have to like, it's like I have to rebuild from
pick
scratch.
weed for like 6 hours.
Yeah. And I'm like, cool, that was a good session. Now to not play again for another 2 weeks.
Yeah, I love doing only chores in my fun video games. It's very motivating to like want to come back.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, I literally just learned how to like take pictures in Animal Crossing like 2 months ago, which is very embarrassing because I am also a boomer, so that's something we have in common. It's just
boomer gamers.
Yes. It's just like the most like my personal life is chaotic, but I can have like a very cute and nice house in a video game and make it look sweet, and it's just a lot of fun. And also the pumpkins were just choice. Best thing I've ever done was farming pumpkins in a video game.
So what other video? Okay, so Among Us is really fun. Excuse me, too much charcuterie. I've only played Among Us like on my phone when it first came out. So I really haven't played on PC or anything, but I'm really interested in like doing it for PC and maybe for a stream one day.
I would love to like you know, we've been streaming at twitch.com/badpraxis. Little I had to a little bit. We've been streaming Among Us a lot recently because we've all recently gotten into it, and we'd love to, you know, have you jump in and like hang out in Discord and talk with us anytime. It'd be a lot of fun.
Totally.
Yeah, anybody,
yeah.
all of you.
Yeah,
It'd be a lot of fun.
it's the most fun of a game. It's a great time.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've played Among Us with some of my other friends, but unfortunately I have not gotten the chance to play it with any of you, but I think it would be a wonderful time. I should do that once
Yeah,
this
we
whole
should.
whatever is happening right now, I don't really know.
Yeah, what
finishes.
is today? I don't know what the date is. Nothing special happening.
I
I don't
actually
know.
haven't played Among Us yet. I watch it all the time
Really?
on Twitch, and yeah, like I played like Secret Hitler or whatever in person. It's like that kind of icebreaker game. But it's so cool to see it like digitally and streamed. I'm really interested to see what other games kind of like take that concept and run with it. But it's really fun to watch people that are basically good at lying, I guess. But
Mhm.
you know.
My
But, yeah.
tactic so far, oh, sorry for interrupting.
No.
But my tactic so far has been pretending to be very dumb. Very dumb. Because nobody believes that it's me when I'm like, I'm so lost in this map. I don't know where anything is. Kill. You know.
It's the bimbo strategy.
Yes. Thank you. You know, finally, I feel very seen.
You know, it's an extremely useful strategy. People will absolutely assume you're dumb if you let them.
Yeah, my favorite thing about being a woman is how underestimated I am.
Yeah. That part's kind of, it's nice right up until somebody's trying to like undercut my paycheck because of it, and then it's
Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's
they're
not
like-
fun. Wait, this isn't fun anymore.
It's like
Yeah.
it's like that tweet. It's like me living by the bimbo. Wait, or like what was? Oh fuck it, whatever. Anyway, I'm getting drunk.
Hell yeah.
This was supposed to be my like dry November. I was like, I'm gonna have fun on Halloween, and then I'm gonna not do anything on like for November. I'll be good. And then it was like, oh yeah, election day stress. I forgot what that's like. Because last year, or last election, I didn't really have that because I, like so many people, thought, how the fuck would Donald Trump ever be president? That's stupid. And
Yeah.
like, so I wasn't like super stressed out about it. I was a little bit anxious. But like I wasn't like freaking out. But this year was definitely like it just sucks either way. So I'm like, but it's gonna suck way worse like if Trump wins again. So I'm like, I can't handle all the ambient stress. And all of my friends are upset and like, you know, having anxiety attacks and shit like that. And I'm like, well, I feel really bad for everyone. So I'm drinking in solidarity is what I'm saying.
I think that's really beautiful.
Thank you. I'm very brave.
Yeah, I've tried very hard to like. I thought I was so grill pilled until like 3 a.m.
Mhm.
Like, and then I was like, oh wait, it's today. It's today
Yeah.
that it's happening. And like, I don't know. I've tried to zen myself out by not listening to coverage or by not like obsessing over the polls all day because, you know, like 24-hour news cycle, they're just like different people coming on to say the same things. It's just supposed to make you anxious.
Yeah.
But at
So
the
this
same
is my
time,
coping strategy,
hell yes.
and this is
David
what I've
Graeber.
been reading all day. When not writing songs, is this specifically? It is very good so far.
Didn't Graeber pass recently?
He did, yeah.
Rest in peace,
It's a
King.
massive loss, yeah. I'm also reading another book of his right now called The Utopia of Rules, which is about how like the government has been modeled after corporations, which were themselves modeled after feudalism, basically. And it's real good. Also recommend that one. I don't know to what extent it helps to like be able to intellectualize how fucked we are, but I feel a certain sense of control when I at least understand it, and it helps.
Mhm.
But never tell anybody I read theory because that's for nerds, and I'm not.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I don't know who David Graeber is actually. I've never heard of him in my life.
He's an anthropologist, actually.
No, I do know.
I didn't know.
Bullshit
I was
jobs
like,
really
okay,
stuck
me
with me.
too.
No.
I was like, oh, me too.
I know
Yeah.
I've previously made extreme reservations about reading theory, but this just came in, and I'm very excited to begin reading it. It's sort of it's about Los Angeles and the sort of different cultural and architectural conceptions that is brought to it over the years.
It sounds really
Los
interesting.
Angeles is a very interesting city.
I just lived out in LA for a while. I'm in New York myself, and I thought just thinking about climate change. If you go to certain parts of LA, there, like in the county, there are clearly public transportation tracks. Like they had the idea of having like trains and things like that, but then when oil came in, they just took over the whole county, and all of those projects got eliminated, even though they laid down all the tracks and everything. So we could have had a better future. We just didn't.
Darn. Maybe next time.
Yeah.
Isn't that just the way of things, though?
Yeah.
It's like, could have had trains. Could have had trains.
I would love to have trains. Like, I'm too much. I don't pay enough attention to things to drive. I don't know where things are.
I would rather not drive, frankly. That's like 30 minutes an hour that I could just be reading a book or doing my hair or something. I don't know.
Right.
God, yeah.
Can I say I'm 34, live in New York. I haven't had a driver's license in over a decade, and it's like the best thing. Eventually, you'll go out with some friends, like in another part of the country. I never have to be the one who drives. It's amazing, and I kind of love it.
Yeah, for a little while I had a job here in Atlanta where I was right along the bus line I needed to be, that took me to this train station that took me a block away from my job. And so for like a blissful like year and a half, I was like able to take the train every day, and I got so much reading done. It was fucking awesome. And then I switched jobs and I couldn't do it anymore. I was like, no, my train rides. They were so peaceful.
I love the bus so much. Like, we don't have trains here in my town in Ohio, but we do have like a pretty okay like regional transit authority, and the buses are like really clean. I remember being like, I didn't know that we had a bus system, first of all, until I like went to college and started having to use it. And I had so many like negative like stereotypes like baked into my brain about what public transportation would be like that it'd be stinky or like dirty or whatever. It smelled like if you've ever had like anesthesia and like the mask, it smells like that. It just smells like plastic or like a beach ball. You know what I mean? But like it smells clean. It smells like sterile and kind of gross, but I'd rather it smell like that than like person that doesn't smell good. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I don't know. I'm a big public transport stan. It was a big part of me realizing like, hey, maybe like the government should give us things that don't suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe I shouldn't spend all my time in a fucking tiny little
death trap. Yes.
You know, where other people are also in their tiny little death traps, and we're all just individually in charge of not killing each other
and angry at each other on the road, and
everybody,
you know,
are tired. Like,
it sucks
hey, well,
so much.
That death trap, it's going to be run by some computer if Elon Musk keeps getting his way. So things are getting better.
Can't wait for the algorithm to start killing people on the highway instead of people.
If I could bitch about public transportation for a moment, just in politics, if we could all get a little fuck Cuomo in the chat, if anyone's in the chat, I would appreciate that. Because fuck that guy.
Yeah,
so hard.
Fuck Cuomo!
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Because you would think, I'm in New York City, in New York, you would think the public transport would be part of the city's governance. It's not. It's the state's governance. And Cuomo always gets into these like pissing contests with de Blasio or whoever over funding over these kind of things. They always hold back funding. So we have You were talking about public transportation, Kennedy. I didn't want to say in New York it is kind of smelly sometimes, but like it is.
I mean,
but like it's just because thank you, Omni.
I would assume in New York it would be like that because it's so often used.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just really poorly maintained. I'm really liking the fuck one was in the chat. You people are making me feel like I could say it to his face one day. But anyway. But yeah, it's it's why state politics and local politics are really, really important for all this kind of stuff, because that's how you get all of this kind of traction, and it's also how things don't happen if you vote the wrong people in. But I'm stuck with Cuomo for a while. We'll see.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Fucking the hell.
But-
So actually, Kenzo is here from Class Time Pod. I guess whoever, I'm not sure how we're doing this, if we're cycling people out or whatever, but I mean, if anyone wants to take a break, by all means, we got Kenzo Shibata.
Yeah, I'll take a little bit of a break.
Cool.
So
See
see y'all.
Bye bye.
Joining us. All right, we got Kenzo from Class Time here. Kenzo, how you doing?
Dealing with it, living in it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I should stop asking people that question today. It doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
The hellscape is existing on a level that I haven't internalized quite yet because it's so early in the evening.
Yeah.
So I'm still smiling.
I mean,
I'm
y'all
vibing.
here, like,
Yeah, I'm still vibing. Like I said on Twitter, I'm Kirsten Dunst in Melancholia right now. I'm just like looking at the electricity in my hands, just like really like, wow. Everyone else is freaking out, and I'm just like, wow, everything's so pretty.
y'all would hear an inspirational quote. I have one of those for you. All right.
So,
The funny thing is, my Egyptian friend told me, you've been doing this so long, you kind of forget that you can win. All these years, we've been organizing marches, rallies, and only 45 people show up. You're depressed. You get 300. You're happy. And then one day you get 500,000 and you're incredulous. On some level, you'd given up thinking that could ever happen. This was about the Arab Spring, which is a helpful reminder to me that actually revolutions are possible, regardless of who wins this. You know, we need to be doing one of those. We need to be really putting our collective foot down as the heart and soul of this country. And, you know, I hope they both lose, but in the event that they don't, you know, let's take some notes. Do it.
yeah, I might be alone here, but I did vote for Hunter Biden, who I think is the clear choice, the clear choice to win this election. The sex workers' rights.
Yeah, he supports sex. I mean, look at how much he spent on campsites. Like, what a hero! You
And
know?
drugs.
Yeah, he
And
doesn't
drugs,
even
too.
feel. Yeah,
And,
hell
you know,
yeah.
He's supporting the drug economy, the sex industry. Like,
He has a good relationship with his dad.
Yeah, and
Yes.
he's got a monster dick. Who doesn't want a
Hell
president with
yeah.
a monster dick? You know, that's what I always look for in a presidential nominee.
Chad president that's gonna do crack in the Oval Office.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh
like,
my
this is-
God, You're right.
I've always thought of like people like Bill Clinton, like, because he was a Rhodes Scholar, you know, genius boy from the time he was young. He probably didn't have much of a social life until college or even grad school. And that's when he got all creepy and weird. And like Hunter Biden has lived a fucking life. Like, what's he going to do as president that's going to be embarrassing? He's already done everything in the world that should just, you know, disqualify him. Go Hunter 2024.
Hell yeah. You know, I don't usually think that dynasties are good, but I'll make an exception because he's cute and he's sweet.
After 4 years of Don Jr., Hunter Biden is amazing. I'll say that.
Yes.
Yeah, he just minds his own business. Like, Don Jr. is such a freaking attention whore, and you're just
Yes.
like, oh my God, go away. We know your father doesn't love you, and you need the attention, just like your father, because his father didn't love him. So
You know, I find
they-
that relatable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, mood.
I mean, but like this like chronic need, like this chronic need to be like adored is just like such a just like it's so freaking annoying. And like
Yeah,
Hunter doesn't
definitely.
Hunter gets texts from his dad saying "I love you, son." So like
Mhm.
we don't
Definitely a
have to worry
group of
about that shit with him. So yeah, he has a healthy family group chat, which is nice. You know, it's nice to see.
Yeah, I will just say, if any group understands the desperate need to be adored, it would be a group of content creators doing a live stream.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, we're all like, that's me on Twitter trying to get those
Yeah.
serotonin clicks, babies.
I mean, it's not like I had anything else to do tonight, and I was not going to be able to fucking just concentrate on work and do anything else, because I tried all day. I think I only worked on stuff for this stream and, like, with Brandon, and then, like, I did, like, 30 minutes of real work because I was so distracted.
Mhm.
Brandon, do I need to bring you on, or can you just come on?
I can just come on.
you
Listen,
Can, oh, okay.
The voice
I-
behind the curtain.
today I realized as I was sitting here, as I was talking to all of you, that something important was happening today, and that this was not just a regular day. This was a day that the entire country could unify around. That this was a day to remember the important things in life and a day to do our duty. So today, being Taco Tuesday,
Hell yes.
I went downstairs. I got one of the Make a Taco packages, and I put them babies to work, and I had like 3 or 4 fresh tacos. So I feel just superior to the rest of all of you now.
Although I didn't realize I was doing this, but I did have some stress eating Taco Bell for lunch. So
Yeah,
I
I'm
did
telling
Taco
you.
Tuesday as well.
Wait,
Hey,
Kenzo,
I mean,
you
it's not
missed
real
it, but
Mexican
I gotta show
food, but
you
it
my-
worked.
I gotta show you my my charcuterie tray here.
Ooh.
Bad boy. Okay, so let me run you through what's exactly on this tray. We've got some Sicilian herb olives. We've got some tiny dill pickles. We've got some Vermont white cheddar. Some
For
shredded
Bernie.
cheddar. Yes, exactly. Some prosciutto, some Jarlberg cheese, and some baguettes and some Triscuits. And then I have a slice of frozen pizza.
And that's for Anthony Scaramucci.
Yeah, exactly. Gotta have the Italian American representation.
Oh no! Oh God! Listen, Anand, tell us about what you're working on now on the
Yes.
game. What's happening?
Oh, yeah. I'm actually going to hop off and start streaming on my little channel on the game
That
development.
was a segue. I was trying to segue you.
I'll say that for the end. My bad. Right now, I'm working on a really cool feature. It's called making the game not crash randomly.
Cool.
There's a lot of things going on with the internet. I got to communicate with other servers, and things get kind of loopy in the software. So I'm working on that. But otherwise, we're hoping to get something out pretty soon that everyone can kind of see and play together, and I'm really excited for that.
And you've got a stream where you do that stuff live.
Yes, I do. It's at twitch.tv/New Noiseworks.
New noise.
You can check me out there.
So if someone were to like just bookmark twitch.tv/New Noiseworks, what kind of stuff would they be getting?
As of now, just a whole lot of me looking at code and yelling at myself, yelling at my past mistakes, calling myself a dumbass. Occasionally, helping some people with other things.
Do you mind if your subscribers just come in and also bully you, or do you feel like just bullying yourself is enough?
There's not really much left for them. If they want to, they can. Really. I will say, as a politics angle, one of the worst things about being on Twitch or being a person on the internet is that, and just not doing something that is directly political all the time, is I'll definitely get the Ben Shapiro fans, the Jordan Peterson fans, and it'll happen 5 hours into it. We're talking about programming, and then all of a sudden, hey, yeah, you want to hear some dumb shit about lobsters? And so you might hear me yelling at some weird right-wing chuds, but that's just everywhere, right?
Hey, listen, how do you feel about this cyberpunk thing? First of all, you're excited for the game, and 2, just as somebody who's worked in the industry, tell us about crunch and the work of getting things out and that stuff.
It's fucking stupid. It's why you should want something like socialism, which is just democracy in the workplace, right? They crunch these products to make them super big. So if you're familiar with Cyberpunk or Witcher, these are huge, huge, huge games, right? So if you want to get them out in time, you should just make them either smaller or delay the deadline. Without having to make people crunch. And the only reason to make people crunch is typically to meet up with marketing decisions and alignments that have nothing to do with what would be better for either the workers or, ironically, the game itself. So right now I'm dealing with a bug of not making it crash. How often have you downloaded the game fresh or got a new game and it just crashes on you, right?
Yeah.
And you got to wait a few weeks for it to work out. I kind of hate the whole Cyberpunk situation. I wish they would wait months if it took months. I wish they wouldn't put anyone through crunch. It always sucks to hear. I'm more of a web developer in the tech industry, and you'll still face crunch. But looking at the game industry, I'm scared personally. The web industry is new. It's only about 20 years deep if you think about it. Game industry has been around for 30, 40 years the way it has. So I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of time before I'm crunched upon in a similar fashion. So it's what I'm trying to do, make a new game studio to hopefully try to foster a different way to attack the business portions of a game that I would like to play, like Cyberpunk, but I would like to have to feel. I think we all want to feel like the content we play isn't on the bodies of a bunch of
stressed out
developers.
Polish developers.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it seems
So
like a really toxic situation. I mean, most industries seems pretty toxic to put so much pressure on your workers to pump something out that doesn't need to be pumped out that hard. You know, there's literally no reason why this game has to come out so quickly, right? Like, is there a reason? Like, do they just?
well, it's Christmas and they want to make a lot of money.
Well, yeah.
You know what it reminds me of? You know what this reminds me of is the when like the first like design of like for the Sonic movie came out and everybody hated it so much and everybody demanded that these like already probably underpaid like animators, definitely underpaid animators who are definitely already like spread super thin, had to like crunch to make like an entirely different design and redo everything in a certain period of time, and everyone was celebrating it like, yay, these poor people get to suffer so that I can watch a movie that's made for kids and not hate it.
It ruins people's childhoods if Sonic looks a little fucked up.
Yeah, my childhood personally would be ruined if I didn't like the design for a kids game.
I just want to say that was,
you know, they can't just release the movie later.
Yeah, no, God no.
God forbid.
I just want to say that was my one crunch exception. I was like, they've got to go back to square one. They've got to put in those extra hours. They've got to do what it takes because I can't look at a movie where Sonic looks. I mean, he looked like a demon. Like he looked like
He really was pretty.
He looked like an ancient Catholic drawing. You know, they show like the drawings of like the devil torturing an innocent person. That's what Sonic looked like. That's a character for children. Like, no, that was no good. But
I didn't
aside
like the
from
teeth. The teeth were really bothersome to me. That was the big part. Was those little nubby teeth.
that was no good.
Yeah, no. There wasn't any part of that was good.
So Kenzo, you came in and we're just vibing so much. We didn't even talk about what we were going to talk about with you. But now we have Tamsin here, and Tamsin, hi Tamsin.
Hey.
This was.
I'm actually gonna make my exit.
All right, Anand.
Right,
Thank
Anand.
you for coming.
Take care.
The
Good to see
Brady
ya.
Bunch, the squares, they keep moving. Thank you for coming on. The
Thanks for
Promise
having me, y'all.
game, playthepromiseland.com. I think it's something like that. Go to it.
figure
All
it out.
right. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Bye.
So Tamsin,
Take
you're
care.
here to talk with us about we were just like trying to find people for this panel because we all really wanted to talk about The Boys and how much we love the show.
Yeah.
The boys.
The
Listen.
Boys.
Damn, I should dip out because I actually haven't had the time to watch season 2
Kennedy,
yet, and I'm a
you-
huge
All
fan.
All right, well,
So-
Kennedy, you should dip
See you
out,
later.
but also look on Twitter and see if you see anything like really great, and come back in like 20 minutes. And
All right, sick. I will see you guys soon. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Kennedy.
This is fun. It's like musical squares.
That's exactly right, and that was the vibe we were going for. So,
Yeah. So, Dem Boys.
them boys.
The
I
boy.
haven't gotten a
Feel
chance to
like-
watch that either.
Are we doing this like chronologically through the 2 seasons? Are we talking the new season? Like,
That's the whole
Yeah,
thing. We
wait,
got to decide.
Kenzo, have you seen the show?
I haven't yet.
Oh,
Okay.
Well,
Kenzo.
Okay. Why don't we have you on again another time?
Kenzo, you've got to go. Yeah,
I can dip back on later.
yeah.
Um,
Come back.
I'm gonna
in
be behind my
30 minutes.
desk all night. I'm like doing a bunch of streams. So yeah.
Hell yeah! Come back in 30
Um,
minutes. We'll see you.
Sounds good. All right. Take care, everyone.
Hell yeah!
So it was funny because like Brandon, you and I were like, how are we gonna fill all this time? And it's like
Easy.
turns out we're way behind schedule.
No,
and
you
everything.
said 3 hours of streaming.
Yeah,
Oh,
'cause
the
it's
vapors.
daunting, Okay. Anyway.
I mean, we know Brandon can talk.
That's
yeah,
true.
Brandon can talk.
That's true.
Okay, so The Boys. Yeah, I think we're just gonna vibe. We're just gonna talk about like different aspects of the show now that we're all cut up and the season 2 is over. It's been over for a little while, but
Let's
yeah, like
hey, wait before we do anything else. Let's set it up like this. If you haven't seen season 1, come back in 30 minutes. If you haven't seen season 2, we're gonna kick you out in 15 minutes, and it's all gonna be okay. So and we'll do it like that. So if you haven't seen season 1, we'll see you at 8:30. Get out.
we don't want to spoil it for you.
Yeah, don't spoil the show. Although, like, really, the joy of the show is not in plot developments. It's really not important what happens.
Yeah, it's really just the character interactions as much as anything.
It's like Mad Men. Like if somebody were to spoil Mad, like technically, like
I mean,
you'd be like, don't spoil it, but
one of the characters in the second season is literally named Stormfront. Okay, like
you say that, but everybody didn't think of anything.
I didn't think of that because I was like, oh, I was like, oh, that's weird. But then it's like she makes storms with her hand.
Yeah. So listen, let's go.
It's a convenient Nazi name.
When we get to season 2, because I have many Stormfront takes.
Yeah. So let's talk season 1. Let's just talk what the show is. And it's the show, and the whole premise of it is, what if superheroes were assholes? Wouldn't that be crazy?
That's not okay. What if superheroes were actually the same kind of marketing industry or shit they would become if they existed in our world? That is what the show is about. Is what sort of weird bureaucratic shit superheroes would end up getting into because of capitalism and because of the military-industrial complex and the way that those two things function hand in hand. That's what the show is about.
But also celebrity culture, because like they wouldn't not, they would there would be no way that they wouldn't be celebrities. Tamsin, weigh in.
I feel like Assholes covered all of that.
Yeah.
I did a great job as always. I'm telling you. Listen, season 1 is a great satire of Bush era. And you can tell that the comic was written in the Bush era because Homelander is a neocon. And neocons almost seem quaint now, but that is like what the character. That's like literally what the character is. Like he's in America. Fuck yeah, coming again to save the mother. Yeah, all that stuff is Homelander. Oh, someone does note that they can't hear you, Rara. So if you could maybe wear your headphones like on your inner ear instead of over your ear, and cut your mic up so that people can.
How's that?
Little more. If you can go a little bit more, that'd be even better.
Oh my god, this mic is crazy.
That would be now we can we can hear you.
All right.
Well, all right. Okay.
I'll just look like a dork.
Yeah. Listen, you have a lot more leeway to look like a dork than the rest of us. So it's fine.
I cannot figure out my freaking mic. I got a new mic and it's like everything I knew about microphones went out the window. So.
Why isn't Ben helping you with the mic?
Because he can't do it live.
Oh, okay.
Well, I don't want to fuck around with it live.
No, you shouldn't. Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. As long as can everyone hear me now?
Yeah, you sound okay.
Sound off in the comments.
And commenters, feel free to sign in and share your views.
Feel free to sign in. Yeah, bring your opinions to the floor, please. I actually was wearing my little earplugs. I'll put those back in.
Listen, we've got 10 minutes left to talk about season 1. So
okay, let's go.
Let's talk about these characters. Basically, the show starts when someone gets exploded. They're hanging out with their girlfriend, and a Flash equivalent just bursts the girlfriend open, which is a creative by fridging standards.
Burst her open is maybe an understatement. He liquefies her.
Yeah. Like it's what would happen if the Flash got on a bender and just sprinted through human bodies.
Yeah.
So gross.
Well, and they established very quickly that the reason he did that is because he's doping.
Right.
Which will be important later, but they don't really explain why until later.
Tamsin, what was your favorite character in this show?
I kind of like Queen Maeve.
Yeah.
Well, she's an interesting character because she doesn't do a lot, but she's a character that's in a position where she can't do a lot. So it's really about her story is kind of like about complicity and just how you wrestle with your own complicity and how a person can carve out something where they feel morally at peace with themselves, even though they're doing that just because they're doing worse and worse things. So they're on this train of stability and the way things are. But as events go, she has to do worse and worse things in order to be normal. And it's a mess. And she gets just exploited the entire front of the show.
Yeah, she does not have an easy time of it by any means.
But she has such a great character arc. Of of the 7. I think
I
has
think
the
she
best arc.
changes the most. I think she goes through. I mean, that seems weird because she's a character that mostly like has stuff happen around her.
Yeah.
But in
a lot
terms
stuff
of
happen to her. She doesn't really do things.
yeah, I mean, the Deep has an arc.
The Deep is such a wild arc too. Like,
yeah, like I don't understand. Like, so I think like the way they're trying to go with it to make a like okay, so we're still talking about season 1, so I'll save that for the second half of the conversation. But like I really like one of the things I really like about this show is that they just don't mince they don't fuck around when they're talking about real shit. Like, like cis men exploiting women and workplace sexual assault and and basically like celebrity culture where and disillusionment with celebrity, like with what the fuck is her name? The Star Girl. Oh my god,
Starlight.
Starlight, Stargirl.
Yeah.
I've seen this show like twice.
Stargirl is an actual superhero. Did you know that?
Oh, is it? That's funny. But,
of course.
But yeah,
I actually
but like Starlight's like disillusionment with everything like very quickly, I feel like was really good. I like that they didn't draw that out so much, like it just was immediately like, oh, this is the world you wanted to be part of, your entire life, and then you're in it, and then now it's fucked up. Like, I
found Starlight extraordinarily relatable, especially the way people reacted when she like said she was sexually assaulted. Like the sort of simultaneous like punishment of the person for doing it, and also like, well, now we have to do this thing, but it's like a big hassle, and then it turns into like, how can we use you and use your trauma to like sell something here, and that is such a common part of like all women's experience, I think, of just like not just having these terrible things happen to us, but having people respond wildly and appropriately to them, And also I relate to the like starry-eyed, sincere, like I want to try and save the world, and then you just get instantly blackpilled, because that was very much my life.
You weren't from like a religious household though, were you?
No. But I mean, I grew up in the South. I grew up in the context of like religion, right? Like that culture was still very much around me. Like as many times as people here told me I was Jewish, I wasn't like raised Jewish even. Like I was raised more or less secularly. But even without like explicitly religious contexts in my home, I mean, I very much had that like pressure to perform and be perfect and do everything correctly and be the very best one, and if you fall short of that at all, you're like trash or whatever. Like the love is contingent.
Tamsin, let's talk about Huey and Butcher, and I guess all of that is about like unfortunately, just in comics and these kind of stories, there's always like an urge to maintain the status quo. And one of the cool things about The Boys is it openly says like the status quo sucks. And most comics are like, status quo is okay. There's like a bad person involved. How do you feel about the protagonists of The Boys? And are they interesting to you, or are you just waiting for like the bad people to do bad things?
I think on their own, they're not interesting to me, either one of them. I think both of them are kind of like meh as characters. Yeah. But I find their like homoerotic, homosocial kind of relationship more compelling than either of their individual arcs.
Butcher and Huey, both of them have this weird relationship where Huey is kind of like Butcher's moral guardian or whatever.
Yeah, or anchor if not guardian.
Sure. Yeah, that's actually a better way to put it.
Yeah, well, and sort of Huey, he exists to be like an avatar for sort of innocence, like his role in that group is the new guy who doesn't already have all of the like optimism beaten out of him. Or
and also like, you know, exposition and story and just giving new information. Huey is there to kind of soak that up. But listen, Tamsin, you've got like this deal with the Bush administration. You're somebody who is of an age that you experienced the Bush administration. Did Homeland? Well, I am as well. We both are. Listen, like
I mean, we kind of all are.
We all of it, literally all of us are of an age where we experienced the Bush administration. So does the Homelander, Starlight, 9/11, because The Boys season 1 is just extremely about that. Like it's about this other stuff, but it's also about like 9/11 era conservatism. Does any of that take you back? Does it feel less pressing because we're over what that era of political fever was about?
I actually hadn't really thought about that until you said it earlier, and now I'm realizing, like, the whole time
you have a PhD.
Hey, Brandon, I don't know if you know, but there's a lot of stuff going on in the world.
That's true.
They're kind of busy.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, like, I'd clocked it, but I hadn't really made the neocon connection exactly. And not to get into season 2, but the whole time I've been wondering, like, why is he still the antagonist? Why are we sticking with him? And I think this helps me make sense of why I'm so over his character arc.
Well, do we want to say anything about, I mean, season 1, the climax and stuff with the baby? It was funny to me that people thought that Homelander did not rape that woman, and he clearly did, and people made every excuse in the book for the character. I don't think it was necessarily rape apology. I think it's more that TV shows are so hooked on moral ambiguity that they were like, oh, there's one more sweet drop of moral ambiguity.
Right. But I mean,
because Homelander is the character of moral ambiguity in the show.
Yeah.
Like Butcher.
Right.
Yeah, no,
right.
Yeah, people wanted Homelander to be that character because I mean he's compelling. Like I think there's like kind of this there's a kind of this like obsession with wanting the most interesting person to be the most good person, or like you want to root for the most interesting person, but the most interesting person isn't necessarily the good guy. Like it's
right.
Usually,
and in reality, like Homelander's personality is everybody's worst boyfriend ever. You know, like he's so fragile and desperate for approval and like narcissistic and just frankly weak, right? Like he's so physically powerful and he's just so like politically and socially powerful that he ended up in this perfect little bubble where everybody else was managing his emotions for him at all times his entire life. He's never actually had to cope with anything. And suddenly, you know, in these 2 seasons of the show or whatever, he's finally like really meaningfully challenged. And he completely breaks down and loses it because he has no coping skills. And I think that's actually a really honest depiction of what evil looks like, really, like what it actually manifests as in human beings. And I think that's what makes it so compelling, right?
All right, season 2 spoilers are up. Listen, if you're a season 1 watcher and you're like, I haven't seen season 1. I mean, I've seen season 1, but boy, I just haven't pulled up my Amazon. It's been a busy time of life. You've got to get the hell out of here for the next 15 minutes. You come back and we'll be just talking about the election. Boys chat will be over. It'll be okay, but you've got to go starting right now, and we'll see you in 15. Right, meow.
I cannot believe they Jewish coded the Nazi.
Rachel, you're a Jew. Wait, Rachel, we're too similar because I'll be trying to set you up and you'll just spike the ball. Rachel, you're a Jewess. Tell us.
Yes, that shit was wild to me. Like she didn't know the character was a Nazi when they hired her for it either. And I guess they had her collaborate on it. Yeah. So I guess they got her input into it. But I'm like, what the fuck? Like, are they making a point about like Jewish women having alongside a lot of other powerful Jews sided with white supremacy.
I think they just don't want to get canceled, and it's easier to do the character. If the character's a Jew, then there's no like weird, like a weird fandom or an anti-fandom for the actress who's playing like a superpowered Nazi or whatever.
I think you're reading way too into it. It's just more compelling storytelling for a Jew to be a Nazi. Like that is more interesting than just a Gentile that hates Jews. Like that is it's more complex. There's more to read into and extrapolate from that than just a regular Nazi. You know, like
well, Tamsin the character is the character Jewish? I feel like the character's just a German woman. Yeah.
But I was thinking actually with the Stormfront thing, right? It's a good way to like make the obvious thing a revelation at the end, right? To do this kind of coding of the character so that you're fighting the obvious association with the name.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of ham-fisted, right? Like,
we say it's ham-fisted, but so many people were like,
I guess. Oh. Yeah, that's fair. If you don't
because white people don't think about this kind of stuff. Like they were giving hints that the character was like extremely racist. But
hints is
right. But until she murders a bunch of people, even when she's doing that, like there's rationalization from the viewers.
Here's like my broad objection to it, and I don't think this is like cancel the show worthy or anything, but I don't really like seeing yet again Jewish features and Jewish personality traits being coded as evil, because that happens to us like a lot, actually. Like if you look at like illustration manuals, all of the like evil character designs are based around like Jewish features, right? If you look at like all of the like times the dark-haired woman who like speaks her mind has been revealed to be evil, like these things are not like strictly coincidental. Like there's a pattern of anti-Semitism around it, and it's just like I wish they wouldn't have, you know. And I think the woman who performed the role did a great job, you know, and I think she's an interesting character, and I think that like the broad arc of her influence on Homelander was really worthwhile and like worth exploring. It would be nice if like for once the Nazi actually looked like, you know, a Nazi.
How do you feel about Borat?
Borat is a Jewish person doing jokes about Jewish people.
Right.
And that was like
it's a Jewish person that's playing like an extremely anti-Semitic character.
Yeah, but so that's the thing is like within Jewish culture, that's pretty normal actually. A lot of us joke around about these things like overtly. It's like the kind of gallows humor that happens when you have intergenerational trauma. Like it doesn't. It gets used in bad faith a lot, you know, when people talk about the Holocaust and say like, oh, I'm Jewish, but like literally like I was abused as a kid because my dad was abused as a kid because of the Holocaust. It's pretty recent in our cultural memory, you know? And it's just like part of how we cope with it. You know, we take that power and we make it ours by like weaponizing the same jokes that have been weaponized against us and like sort of putting them outward. So when Borat talks about like in the first movie when he's like throwing money on the ground at cockroaches because he thinks they're transmutated Jews, right? Like that's extremely funny because it encapsulates the sort of broad frustration of like people literally think we're lizards.
Everybody stop. Kennedy, you've got 10 more minutes. You've got 10 more minutes. You got to go.
Okay, I do?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. See ya.
Anyway, that's why it's okay when a Jewish person does it, right? Like that is our trauma that we are joking about. But it's when somebody else starts using our trauma that way for us, it becomes invasive, right? Like
I think that there was just the desire that they didn't want to create a Taylor Swift kind of deal where if you have like a traditional well, no, I think it's just the viewers might have gotten a fixation on that actress, and that person might not have asked for that as well. So, Tamsin, what did you like about season 2? What grabbed you?
So I just finished season 2 today, actually.
Yeah, it's great.
So the thing that's sticking out for me is watching the Nazi get her ass kicked. Like that scene is Yeah.
While they play the makeup commercial music in the background.
Yeah. Girls get it done.
Don't disrespect Peaches like that, Brandon.
Is it not makeup? Well, listen, once you sell your
it
music
is
to a makeup
Forever
commercial.
21 music, but you know what? It worked, okay?
Lollydaggles, thank you for being a follower of the Twitch. Also subscribe on YouTube, and we may see Lollydaggle later tonight. Tamsin, season 2.
What about it?
What was your favorite, aside from the big fight at the end, which was a good fight, what else did you like?
I don't know. I struggled a lot with season 2, to be honest, because it made some of the dynamics around the character of Kimiko, or the female, as she's also referred to.
She is the female in the comics, at least. I think they thought that was weird. I think a lot of times in the TV show, they read the comics, they were like, this is weird. Let's not do this. I mean, Stormfront, Rachel, you may or may not know this, but Stormfront was a male in the comics.
I actually did know this, yeah. And I don't know. Like I said, that's part of what gets me about it, is that they made a very conscious decision to change this character in this way, to like create like a Jewish social justice warrior who was actually secretly a Nazi, right? And like super racist.
Yeah.
That's like the core sort of my like distaste for that choice really is just like it was a conscious choice, you know?
Yeah. How do you feel about Kimiko's evolution in season 2? I mean, she's less she has more of an emotional struggle, I guess, in season 2.
Yeah, but she's still filling that sort of trope of the silent Asian character that Hollywood really loves. Like even the choice to not have her use a standard sign language, like she's not using ASL. She's using a language that was invented for the show, right? It isolates her and prevents her from communicating. And I don't know, it's not my thing. I don't like, that's not the Asian representation I'm looking for.
There are a lot of Asian characters that are silent ninjas.
Yeah.
On TV now.
Yeah. It also kind of sets her up really early on to be the love interest of Frenchie. Even like you could tell like there's some things in the show I feel like they're trying to be subtle about, but they're not good at being subtle about. And their romantic stuff is it. Like like you kind of always knew that they like her and Frenchie were gonna have like a moment or something, or they're building up this moment. And they just like so like her whole existence just feels like it feels like by chance, but it also feels like a way to round out Frenchie as a character as opposed to just being her own kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that's a really important observation because she does sort of exist as a prop for his character development in like 80% of her arc.
I actually feel like he exists as a prop for her character development.
We have some discourse.
Yeah, I mean, is Frenchie an interesting character? Does he do cool things? Does Frenchie have a rival? Like, I feel like
interesting until he explains his backstory to her, like, or through her. You know, like I don't know. Like,
I feel like she's closer to being a feature character. I feel like he's maybe the least important. Like, if we were to do a gender flip and we were to flip like storylines and stuff, you would think like this girl is like just here. She's just here for the ride.
I mean, but he's the one who figures out how to kill like translucent and stuff like that.
That was in season 1. You're saying that it's been a year and a half since he's been useful to the team. Like, she's doing a way more stuff, man. She's getting it done.
But I mean, he also serves the purpose of like containing her, you know, and it's a weird kind of codependent dynamic.
Sure.
I guess codependency is a better way to put it. I don't know.
Yeah.
It doesn't always. Yeah, like maybe we are reading a little bit too into it. But you know, whatever.
I mean, it feels like, again, similar to the dynamic with Butcher and Huey, where on their own, neither of them is super interesting as a character, but together they're really interesting.
Yeah.
I actually feel like Mother's Milk is the character who gets the least sort of adequate development in screen time.
And I think he's the most interesting of the good guys. Like, obviously, Homelander's the most interesting character overall.
Yeah.
But I think Mother's Milk is the most interesting of the protagonist club.
I mean, he's the only one who I would actually think could actually genuinely be called a good guy.
Yes, I agree with you there. Very
Huey's
much.
very good. What's wrong with Huey? What's he
Yeah, but he's not like a good guy. He's not like the hero.
Oh well. Sure.
Yeah.
He's not like a hero archetype. Like
He's the cuck fluffer.
Wow. Wow.
He's the hero fluffer. But like Mother's
Yeah,
Milk
Maeve
is
was like, "I'll snap you. Get out of here."
Mother's Milk is interesting because his character development doesn't happen until way later in season. Well, no, maybe towards the middle of season 2, when they find out about Liberty. What was Stormfront's name before? It was
Liberty. Yeah.
Liberty. Yeah. And then he says that he talks about that story about his dad being like a lawyer or something. See, I can't even remember it because it was just so in passing. Like, and this is what I don't like about this show either. It does a lot of like telling but not showing necessarily.
Yes.
And it's like they need to do more of just like showing. Like with Butcher, they actually started showing, like doing a little bit more showing rather than telling in the second season. But with Mother's Milk, it's just like we're kind of constantly just relying on what he says about himself. And that's kind of like with Frenchie too. So that we got a couple characters that are like that, where you're really just relying narratively on them having a chance to talk about their past, as opposed to.
But they did show us Frenchie's past.
Yes.
They did show us French's past, which was really, I thought, was a really compelling storyline. And I don't know. I feel like they could have hit those emotional points a little bit harder. Like, this is just me nitpicking from like a storyteller aspect, I guess. But
yeah. Well, in light of that, and while we have the last few minutes to talk about this here, figure we can switch to something a little bit less spoilersy. And also the real reason we watch the show, which is the extraordinary violence. It's so violent. I want to hear everybody's favorite over-the-top violent thing that happened. Mine is the whale.
Homelander comes in after they kidnap his son, and the guards great acting. They're just ready to shit themselves. They're just completely like, we are fucked. Yeah. And Homelander fucking lasers a guy in half right in front of him. So fucking metal. And he's like, "Where's my son?" I was like, "Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude."
Tamsin, what was your favorite moment?
It's so much. I think it's from season 1, actually. I really liked the fight sequence between Black Noir and Kimiko. I thought it was a really interesting fight scene. It was very brutal, but it was not exploding bodies, which I appreciated.
Laura, you had a favorite violence moment?
Oh, yeah. I think the one that turned my stomach the most was when Kimiko was kind of doing like mercenary shit in season 2, and she goes into like I think it was like a pawn shop.
I know the one you're talking about. Oh god, yeah. Oh, that was so literally just ripped the dude's face off. Like, what the hell?
There's so many moments in that show where you're like, how could this possibly get more violent? And then they just
and they find a way. They sure do, and that's part of what makes the whale my favorite one. It's two things. One of them is because whatever the fuck. Not Aqualad.
The Deep.
The Deep, yeah. The Deep, his entire arc this whole season has been about his, like, being sexually assaulted and him trying to, like, claw his way back up to victory. And, like, so the entire first season, he's the sex pervert who, like, everybody hates. The entire second season, he's, like, trying to claw his way back up to being respected again after, like, being, you know, kicked to the sidelines because he's a sex pervert. And so he has this moment where finally, like, towards the end of the second season, he actually does something cool. And he shows up, like, riding this massive whale. And he looks like a total badass. And they're like,
listen,
water.
Everybody stop. Spoiler zone. It's 8:31. Spoiler zone is over. So I hope that all of you enjoyed it. Tamsin, you're partying right now. You're hanging out.
So I'm safe, is what I'm hearing?
Yes, you're completely
safe? Okay, cool.
All of our viewers are now safe.
Well, I'll tell y'all what, I'll give y'all a quick election map update because I'm currently looking at it. I know, let's, you know, give it a glance, and then I'm gonna head out.
Yes, okay, that's cool.
For a while, and come back later. So Trump is doing currently pretty well in the South. Georgia is currently pink.
So I'm looking at the delegate race, and it's 30 for electoral vote race, and it's 30 for Biden right now and 37 for Trump. So according to CNN.
Yeah.
Sounds about
So
right.
it's
All right, listen, forget it. It's over. Tamsin, do you have anything you don't have anything to plug? You're an actual working person. You're not a grifter like the rest of us.
Yeah, I have nothing to plug. I came here to support you and
You're
Rara.
a real professional, and we love that.
We
Tamsin,
love
Yeah.
you for it.
yes, thank you for coming by. And Rachel, I know you have lots of things to plug because you are a grifter. So
I'm always grifting.
what's
yeah.
your current grift, Rachel?
Well, I mean, obviously, I am doing Ungirl, formerly Bitch Brunch, on Fridays. We have coming up pretty soon. We're going to be hanging out with a cool podcast, Beep Beep Lettuce, which is also, leftist podcasts trying to scream about politics.
Okay.
We are scheduling all kinds of cool interviews generally and guest spots and stuff like that. Mostly, I think everybody is just kind of holding their breath.
All right, sounds
And
good.
seeing what's going to happen. So,
Rachel, take care of yourself for the next hour or so. This is brand new news. This is brand new news. Mariah Parker is actually going to be on the show at around 10.
oh,
So
okay.
if you want to come back for Mariah, by all means.
For
All
Mariah,
right.
I will come back.
All right. So Rachel, we'll see you later.
All right, bye.
Bye. And Tamsin, you're welcome to stay for as long as you want, but I just figure you'll be doing better
I think
things.
Tamsin has friends IRL.
Yeah, get out of here, Tamsin. You got a real job and real friends. It's really just unfair to the
What's
rest
that
of us.
like?
Disgusting.
That's the real drift.
Tamsin, thank you.
Bye.
Okay.
Tamsin, we love you. That was fun.
Back to Just Us, the Just Us league. Listen, it's so funny that we're doing that because Aaron's gonna be here like literally any minute now.
Hell yes.
So we're gonna relitigate the also, there's another surprise. Like we have so many cool
Just surprise after
surprises.
surprise.
Yeah, like we've got Sleepy Socialist is in transit.
We got some updates. Oh, wait. Someone play the High Hope song again. God damn it.
See, Rachel had that. I'll have to go find it. It's a whole
I'm
different
gonna
thing.
find it on YouTube right now. You talk amongst yourselves.
I don't know whether we'll be able to find it, but anyway, either way, Biden's up in North Carolina with 50 in. I don't know if that and we swore we would not do any of this, but listen, it doesn't matter that Biden is up right now. As people were saying before Biden was up, you have to wait for all the votes to be counted, because what's happening now is all of the old Black people who don't want to get COVID, they all voted by mail.
Right.
So Gertrude and Ethel and Rachel and all these other old Black women, they all did it at home. So their votes got counted first. And all the MAGA people, the Richards, the Bruces, the Jennifers, they all don't care about getting COVID or getting sick or that. So they all voted the day of. So their votes are going to come in later. So what's going to happen tonight is Biden's going to be up in a lot of places, and everybody's going to be like, yay. And then Trump is going to start to come back.
Right.
And people are going to go, oh, no. And that's just going to be the day. No, I know. Listen. Those are banked votes. Like the order, like this is a unique election because of the mail-in. So if it turns out that Biden runs away with this thing and it's high turnout and this all gets called at the end of the night, that's cool. But it's way too soon to say, I think. Just way too soon.
Well, fingers crossed.
We could have had Bernie. We could have had Bernie.
Yeah. And then it probably wouldn't be this close.
Do you?
At all.
Brandon, if I share my screen, will it play?
If you make sure that you click share audio before you bring up the tab, then yes. But
God, all these rules.
You've got to make sure that
I'm figuring it out. I'm doing it. God damn it.
You're farther along than we are. We're figuring out the streaming thing very slowly.
We've got some analysis coming in, and it's Bernie would have won.
Bernie would have won.
Bernie.
Listen, like, are y'all bummed by just the fact that this guy got just bangaranged? He got screwed.
fucking angry still. I'm not over being angry. I never got to the being bummed out part. I've been in a constant state of rage at that situation.
I've been thinking about it a lot today. The future that got stolen from us. It's pretty
It's
pretty
pretty
good.
bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good to think about.
Well, listen, what's good is like you can look at this and you can say, what's the lasting impact? What's the lasting impact of not Bernie Sanders, by the way, because this isn't about the guy. It's really about like him and the nurses union and the postal workers union and the teachers and just everybody, the toxic left. This is a Fox News. No, I hear you, Omni. By the way, Omni, I appreciate it. And if you find any important election developments, or if you find anybody just being really weird on Twitter and just melting down,
hell yes.
By all means, like link us to that, and we'll put it up immediately.
Oh wait, I have to bring up my list that I made, which some of you in the chat have probably been following. It's Meltdown 2020. It's under my lists tab. And it is a pretty great list. There's about 28 different. Oh, Michael Jolette. I did not add him to the list. It's just basically shitlib and MAGA chud accounts that we're keeping an eye on as this night progresses. So go to my page on Twitter at IslandGoth and follow the list because there's a lot of good stuff going on it right now. Yeah, just a really good mixture of liberals and chuds.
Yeah, all of you go check that out and then come back and link us whatever the highlights are and we'll put them on air. Really, we wanted Kennedy to do that, but you know, if somebody
Kennedy was working on it. Kennedy just couldn't figure out how to get links to the StreamYard thing. And also, I did find this is the guy that I was specifically looking for, and I couldn't think of his name and didn't realize that it was this amazingly convenient list. But Greg Rubini, who I believe is the person who made that incredible prediction that like Washington State would swing for Trump, and just had that like wonderful super long thread. You know who I'm talking about? Yes.
Because they were like, I don't think I can make the math work in California, but everywhere else, Trump will rampage because Black Lives Matter or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I did get pulled away by family for
it's fine.
A few minutes, and
how dare you?
Do it, queen of domestic labor, feminism, etc., etc.
But anyway, tell me about the guy. Tell me about the guy.
Oh yes, so the guy is very excited that Trump is winning Kentucky. He very excited that Trump is winning Rhode Island. He says unexpected, so clearly unexpected. Just his whole thing is just wow, Virginia, wow, Trump 59, Biden 39, stunning.
Yeah, but
I do have a really important update from Deborah Messing. If I can share my screen.
Yeah, yes,
please.
I did just see this too.
And I'll read it out loud too, because in her voice. The USPS defying a court order to collect mail-in ballots, and bars DOJ is defending the contempt of court. How do you? I don't know how to that exclamation slide.
Get a grip.
Court. Yeah, her meltdown is one I'm looking forward to the most because she is truly just one of the most oblivious, awful people on this website. And by this website, I of course mean Twitter.
There are so many oblivious, like it seems like a world headquarters for oblivious and awful people.
And rich.
My favorite thing was the top reply to that tweet, which was just Barr is so corrupt. Like, thank you. I'm so glad that we finally figured this out.
Right, and then you go to this person's page and it's 332K followers. Hang on, let me drink about this.
Savvy, what's up? Like, listen, this is a very casual.
A little bit shitty, so I apologize. It's gonna be a little bit hard to hear. I'm at like a little bit of like an election get together, and I in my like election day haze, I completely forgot my computer, so I'm on my phone.
Literally, we just had Tamsin here, and she literally just got into a side room and pulled out her phone. So she was fine.
I'm in the basement right now. I'm like, guys, I have to step away for a few minutes.
I absolutely love that. Listen, so you are here, and we're relitigating both the primary season and the worst people on Twitter, which I'm sure that you are somebody who's just been surrounded by all of this weird stuff. So first of all, who's, in your opinion, is the worst lib on Twitter?
The worst lib.
Is it the
I
horse?
want to say Mira Tandon because she really gets under my skin. I really hate her. She really bothers me. I would say probably her. She had a large influence too, like earlier in the year, on just the most ridiculous shit. And I have a particular issue when she removed like the Me Too stuff from her profile after the Tara Reid. You know, she's a particularly heinous lib.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my favorite thing is the fact that Centers for American Progress worked with for some reason his name escapes me right now, but the bell curve guy.
Oh.
Yeah, isn't that wonderful that they gave him money? Yeah. The best way to do progress is by eugenics, obviously.
Of course.
And racism, yeah.
Well, they have no values, so.
No. Money.
Money.
And money.
Absolutely.
And
I saw this one today that was really great that said, if Bernie Sanders hadn't run, then we would be voting for Elizabeth Warren right now.
We actually know.
She got third in her own state.
That was bait. I'm sure that was bait because there's no freaking way.
Like,
that was not Nate. That was not
no,
Nate. That was.
I said bait. B-A-I-T.
Oh, not bait.
No.
Not bait. Listen,
Not
because
I
know that. Because
looking at me like I'm crazy.
wait, listen, because it's interesting. Because I know the guy that posted that, and he's been on.
Sorry.
He's been on the podcast. Because he has his own podcast, and you know he does a lot of interviews with people running for office. So we were like, yeah, let's do a crossover. So John Muniz has been on the podcast, and we retweeted a tweet saying "Listen to the ratio," and then they immediately deactivated after I think we were the straw that broke the camel's back. But
thank you.
They reactivated. No victory is permanent.
Damn. Well, you know, you got that couple moments of sweet victory. That's worth it.
But deactivating, it's like just acknowledge that you were wrong. Like you don't even need to deactivate. Just like make another tweet that's like, all right, here's what I learned from this terrible ratio.
Just like mute the conversation and log off. It's really not that hard. Like,
yeah.
Even if
I'm wrong all the time.
Yeah.
Frequently. Yeah.
You just be like, oops, sorry, and then you mute the whole conversation because the rest of it is just people piling on, right?
Yeah.
And then you move on with your life.
Yeah, Kennedy, you remember when you were talking about how we have to use the N-word for tactical reasons, and I was like, no, don't do that.
No. That's one word that I will not allow to be put in my mouth for comedy reasons.
Brandon, we can't take away that slur. It's a load-bearing slur.
It's a load-bearing slur.
I have slurs of mass destruction. Waiting.
They're in a bunker underground. The UN comes by and they're like, "Where are the slurs?"
It's like
it's weird that most of the people that the UN sends are Italian. It feels like they're just asking for it.
Okay, Brandon, not to be a DSA bitch right now, but did you hear about the whole like 2,000 word essay that was on the Metro Atlanta DSA?
Yes.
That was
tell Savvy and Kennedy.
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so
please be a DSA bitch.
Don't break any confidentiality or anything like that.
I won't break any confidentiality, but basically, we have an off-topic channel. It's kind of like a discussion channel to put all the bullshit we talk about that doesn't have anything to do with anything else. And this guy was like going on this, like he went on this, like, I swear to God, it was like 2,000 word rant.
Oh my God.
How he was experiencing anti-Sicilian discrimination at his job.
Not Italian, and he clarified. He was like, when I talk about this, I'm not just some Italian.
Like,
that's so bespoke.
Sicilian because it's different. It is. And he just went on this whole thing about how he was discriminated against, and he's like, yeah, the owners are Trump, like they're Trump supporters, and they would never show this disrespect to people of like to black or brown people because they can't get away with it. And I was like, you sure about that, buddy? Like,
Also, do you think like the average Trump supporter knows the difference between like Sicilians and Italians? No.
Yeah,
Actually, a lot of those Trump supporters are really old, and they're from an era where there was anti-Italian discrimination.
You're right. I guess I'm thinking about like my circle of my dumb family that's all 50 and still Trump supporters and too dumb to know about that kind of racism. Yeah.
But you know what? I did know that there was like there was a split with there was a Sicilian Italian split because I dated a guy who was like his family was Sicilian, but it was like he was like Sicilian from like 3 generations ago, of course, because he was just a white guy. But he was like, no, my family's not Italian, they're Sicilian. And I was like, oh, okay. and he got
Spicy
so mad
Italian.
when I did that. Yeah. Spicy Italian.
What if someone in the comments is like, the Sicilians are the oppressed of Italy, and you guys don't understand the struggle?
Okay, if you do bring me some hard factual evidence,
If you bring me some hard cheese,
maybe some salami.
I'll believe whatever you want me to believe. You bring me some pasta, like
some pizza.
I'm running out of prosciutto, so I could use that. So I've got a charcuterie tray for Savvy because you don't know what I've been talking about this whole time. But
Savvy, there's a charcuterie tray. Robert, do you want to show the tray?
A coochie tray.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
Let me see.
Great.
It's kind of.
I guess this is what rich people eat. I wouldn't know.
It's I do have some olives on there with Sicilian herbs on them. So
shit.
Shout out to
It's pretty
Sicilian
bougie of you.
representation. Yeah, it's pretty bougie. Truthfully, I did spend too much money at Kroger on all this stuff, but I was like, whatever, it's a special occasion.
It's election. You know, I never look at like the mini pickles the same way again after seeing that tweet. Like,
I need to know
those small pickles like bourgeois decadence.
Oh God. Yeah. There's nothing like nothing like bourgeois decadence, like spending $12 at the deli at Walmart and getting a jar of pickles or olives and some cheese. You can bake bread for like 30 cents. Yeah, God.
Yeah.
They just have to log off.
Making anything look nice is just what rich people do, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I've learned on Twitter.
But like really, like artistically, it's just taking like an extra human being, like especially like if you're a regular working person. And part of this is why there was so much furor over the charcuterie thing, is because it really only takes like 20% more effort to make something look nice. Mm-hmm. And that effort sometimes seems like indulgent. And I'll give you all a good example. Like earlier tonight, we were talking, I'm going off and I'm having tacos. And I ordered like some tacos from an actual place. And they had like all of the food, like it was a kit. So the beef was in a little container and the rice was in a container and the sour cream was in a container. And I was like, wow, this is nice. But like, I could buy my own container. Like it's not actually that big a deal. So for the charcuterie, like you're really talking about like a wood board. Like any restaurant, it's all presentation, right? Yeah. So like, ooh, there's a wood board. And by the way, this is...
You can use your cutting board too. It doesn't
need
to be that fancy.
What we do whenever we do charcuterie, which is like whenever we have a show we really want to watch, we'll do charcuterie. And we'll just put it on the cutting board and we'll just bring it into the living room and sit in front of the TV with it.
Were you doing charcuterie with the boys?
I can't remember if we were doing it with the boys, but I used to do it for Game of Thrones every week.
That's a charcuterie worthy show, yeah.
Yeah, this is when I was living in Florida and Game of Thrones was still on. And so every week I was kind of talking to this guy who didn't live in the same state. So he would get his snacks together. I would get my charcuterie, and we would pretend we were like in Game of Thrones.
Oh.
And just eating fancy meats and cheese.
That's so cute.
Yeah, it was really fun. But it's also just like it's cute to do like if you have a partner or if you I don't know, like I just like assembling stuff. Like it's way more interesting to like than making like a sandwich. I don't know.
Yeah, you
Well,
can
people
have.
are allowed to be nice to themselves. That was kind of my biggest issue is that what you think that people who are struggling aren't allowed to indulge every now and again.
Yeah,
It's like a little bit of pride that you can like give yourself is to like, you know, make a meal that looks nice and you can do it on like $5. It's not expensive, you know.
Right. Even if you
And
splurge a little bit, it doesn't mean that
Yeah.
you're rich because you,
yeah,
you had a couple extra
oh,
dollars
you
to put in
you
the
live
fucking
under
tea.
capitalism and you eat food and you call yourself a socialist? Wow.
This is actually
own
like
thing?
this is like an inverted version of like when somebody would go to a grocery store and they would see like a black woman buying a steak with the food stamps. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, my money food. Except this is the same thing but woke. So it's like, oh,
Yes.
you're eating a steak. That's not very working class of you. And it's like,
yeah.
and steaks aren't that expensive. People do eat them. Like,
And
not-
also, this is something I don't eat meat anymore, but this is something that like beef is the one thing you can get out of like the reduced meat bin, and it's good. Like it's like an aged steak is fine. It's probably better. So, like, it's not expensive at all.
Even if somebody decided to splurge a little bit, let's say they got a bonus at work or they just saved up their money and wanted to have a nice dinner, who are you to say that that's wrong or that they're not allowed to indulge or that that's bourgeois decadence to dare do something nice for yourself?
No, it's also kind
Very
of
weird.
Like, when people do it to women. Like I feel like this happens a lot to like femme people. Is like someone will post that they're struggling, and if they're femme, they'll be like, you're struggling, but I see in your photos that you're wearing nice boots or you're not wearing rags. It's like the same shit they did to AOC, and I hate that people make me defend her because she does a lot of shit that I don't like. But like, I was like, when they went on that fucking tirade about the fucking photo shoot she was in, it was just like, her clothes altogether cost $14,000, and it's like, wow, it's crazy that she bought all that herself.
Yeah.
Like, that's not how fashion
Like,
or photo shoots work.
It's crazy that I know how Vogue works.
Yeah, but it's also just like, also, who gives a shit if she like I mean, obviously, no one's gonna be like, you're working class if you're buying a $12,000 suit. But like that stuff is also valued crazy high. So if you get it as a gift, it's not like you can just resell that and like get $12,000 back. It's like with pawn shops.
Right.
Like if you buy a diamond, you can't sell that diamond back for the exact same price. So it's even if you have nice stuff, you can't like value it. You can't like just give it back to the people because it's not real, because money isn't real and these valuations are like made up. So it's like someone could have a big fat diamond on their hand and not be able to sell that for anything close to what they bought it for or like got it, like it just doesn't make any sense.
Or with AOC and her hair, like the haircut was like, oh, it's a $300 haircut. And I'm like, how much hair like costs if you're getting
like
good
in
hair?
DC, that's like probably pretty
in New York?
Yeah, I don't cut my hair because I'm creative. I cut my hair because that shit's expensive. If you got hair, it's expensive to get it cut.
Yeah, like my head for this exact reason. I was like, I can't fucking stand doing balayage anymore. It costs like $300 every time I have to fucking do it. It's expensive. Right.
It doesn't discredit your ideology either. It's just they're just two separate things.
Yeah, and you have to do certain things as like, as a woman to be accepted in like a professional space. You have to look a certain way. You have to dress a certain way. And she sort of like the fact that she is like ideological and also like really like resonates with people on an identity basis and like is unapologetically like feminine and like a woman, like that's good and part of who she is and part of her appeal to so many people. So I don't know.
Well, that's just the right wing gotcha. They did it with Bernie too, with his houses.
And his coat.
I remember that during the primary where they were like, "Oh, you're voting for the socialists with 3 houses, huh?" And I'm like, "Well,
yeah,
he has his home.
Yes.
He has
actually, we're
1-bedroom townhouse, and he has his like vacation home that he inherited from the death of a family member."
Yeah, God
is that really so insane?
Actually, whenever somebody would say that, I would never sell for it. I'd be like, yeah, in fact, trying to get him house number 4.
Yeah. Why do you think I promote his book so much? That's my man.
We're
That
trying
book
to
was
we're trying to get him some government housing on top of what he's got already.
Hell yeah. Maybe if we're extra nice to him, we'll put him in the will. Thanks, Grandpa. We love you.
So listen, this is a Fox News poll, and it says, "Hey, Fox News voters, government health care." They didn't even say like Medicare for all. They said government health care.
The scariest possible way you can word that for an old person.
Right, exactly. And the old people were like, "Actually, I'm about to die, and my bills are really expensive." Strong. I love 40% strongly favor in a Fox News poll.
Wow.
That's kind of incredible.
That's insane.
It would be cool if there was a person running for president that saw those numbers and was like, I gotta get in on this. I can win. It's a popularity contest. This seems popular.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it was Marianne. Who I still think she can win if she manifests it.
She was the only one pulling for metaphysical health care too.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, that's why I voted for her. I voted for her the second time that I voted today.
Nice.
It's really a slap in the face that, you know, the Democratic Party couldn't even adopt Medicare for all, which was really just like the main baseline, like bare minimum ask that most people have, that across, you know, Democratic Party lines, Republican Party lines, is we want Medicare for all, period. We don't want a public option. We want Medicare for all. We want, you know, and they couldn't even do that.
Listen,
well, they couldn't even pretend to give us, like, they're so through even pretending to give us anything we need, which is just like why I don't give a fuck what happens anymore. But
right, it's just like how, like, everybody got the stimulus, you know, the people that got their unemployment checks, they, you know, like, the economy boomed for a couple months after that. And so, like, every argument against everything, you know, that we've been saying in terms of, like, you know, giving people money will, like, boost the economy. Like,
listen, it's been great.
It's so obvious that we. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. Listen, go ahead. No, go ahead.
It's obvious that, like, the way to win and the way to make people approve of you is to give them material benefits. There's no excuses anymore, other than the fact that, like, it's bad for their donors.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Listen, this has been amazing. And I'd love to, Savvy, you're welcome to stay for as long as you want. I know you came to just drop by and sprinkle your blessings onto the stream. And, like, this is weird because this is, like, the first time that you've officially been on the show. So we, like, super appreciate you, like, dropping by during a time where you're like Tamsin, actually having fun and doing things in life.
Oh, absolutely. We swung by, like, we're kind of like monitoring actions around the area right now, just kind of seeing what's going on. That's kind of how the next couple of days I'll just be aware, you know, of kind of what's in the area and where help is needed. So when you messaged me, I was like, oh, I'm totally down. I don't think anything's going to be too crazy tonight. I think that we're going to see maybe a lot of action tomorrow and the day after when the results come out. And until then, I was just like, yeah, I'm down to come by and say hi.
You're free to stay if you'd like, or you're free to also go and, like, live your life and be with people who care about you. That's cool too. But
I'll stay for a couple more minutes.
All right, well, that's cool too. Listen, and Aaron was delayed and will be here in, like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. So listen, we've got Brian is here. Hello. Leia is here. And our buddy, yes, you sound wonderful. Your dulcet tones are ringing across America right now.
I appreciate it. The back room thing wasn't reading my mic, and I was a little afraid. So sorry.
Yeah, it was going, but, like, it just doesn't vocalize until you're, like, on the stage.
Okay.
But Grift is also here. Grift from Grift Shop one of our hustle. We needed a hustling correspondent because like we wanted to talk about just like the and it's interesting that y'all were talking about donors and shit because I want to talk about just the absurd amount of money the right wing has made, despite being like as ridiculous as possible. There's always like some new hustle. So we wanted to just talk about the grifts for the last 4 years and whether we respect those grifts or not.
It's really grift.
Leia, do you want to talk about this fella Jacob Wall?
Oh my God!
Oh,
Jake Wall is one of the most prolific and funniest inane grifters to ever come out of the recent political scene. He's like the ringleader at a circus, but he does every act wrong, and then he immediately proceeds to the next one. Like he'll try to fire an arrow at an apple at a guy's head, and he cocks the arrow backwards and doesn't even fire it before he moves on to taming a lion that's painted on the side of a barn. I just want to get into this by saying, what was your favorite Jacob Wall grift? Mine has got to be the time when he said Elizabeth Warren fucked a Marine hard.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was hilarious.
Yes.
That's yeah.
Oh, so good. You know, when I think of dominatrix, I see Elizabeth Warren.
You know,
That's what I see.
Yeah, I honestly think. Yeah. Honestly, I think that may have been an op by the Warren campaign because it just made her look cool. You know?
I mean, yeah, I would hire Jacob Wall to make me look cool. I mean, yeah, I should.
Actually, no, you hire him to make you look bad, and then he makes you look.
He messes up. Yeah, if he tries to make you look cool, it'll backfire.
Well, yeah. That's actually a good point. I should hire him to like cancel me and my podcast.
Yeah.
So that, oh God, I should hire Gwen to cancel me.
That's a great idea. Wait, come back to that.
Better question. Does he have a cameo, and can we hire him?
Oh my God.
So, okay, I have So I actually interviewed Jacob Wall earlier this year for a since defunct podcast, but I actually talked with him for like an hour or so, and he's his hustle right now. He's doing OnlyFans, posting more risque content than he can post on his Instagram normally, and he's also selling his fitness workout regime. Trying to get into the setting up a gym in your garage during COVID. That was sort of his angle because you can't go to the gym, got to set it up in your home. But I guess he must be making money. Yeah. I don't think he's gotten into supplements yet, but he must be making money from that thing because I'm honestly at a loss as to how he's making money from any of these other grifts because they're more just like performance art pieces to some degree. Like it's more like Andy Kaufman than some sort of the normal sort of like political consulting grift that goes on both the right and the left.
Mm-hmm.
Brian, you're like a godfather of this show. You're somebody who comes in once in a while and give your wisdom to us, and we try to follow in your footsteps until your next return. What is the weirdest or most funny right-wing grifter in your opinion?
I can't respect Jacob Wall because he keeps getting caught fucking up. But I mean, like, I sort of, for all of them, it's like, damn, they make so much more money than me as a grifter that I have to look up to. I have to look up to Laura Loomer, who is somebody.
Yes.
She recently lost her House election titanically.
I know. I saw that. I was bummed out for a little, but if I'm her, I'm just like, they kicked me off Twitter. There's no way. You know what I mean? Like, how could I win without Twitter?
Like, I've heard of people running a campaign to get a blue check, but there's a different level when you're running a campaign to get a Twitter.
I just remember when she handcuffed herself to like the Twitter doors, and she didn't even do it so that they couldn't open.
She did it to like the right one, and then the left one was still open.
Yeah, after this
incredible.
election result came in tonight, the breaking news is that she's chained herself to the decision desk. So.
Oh no!
I think she's my favorite of all of these weird dudes or all of these weird right wing people. And I can also, well,
arguably, debatably.
She's my favorite one because I like that they're all trying to get. Like, do you remember when she was on Twitter and people would try to get her to date their son? You know,
No.
You would look at the comments and people would be like, "My son Caleb's 22. We live out here in North Dakota, and we'd be glad to move in here with me." And it would just be comment after comment of people trying to get her to move in with their sons. And I just always thought that was the best.
That's beautiful. You know, at least she's popular.
Hey, do you guys want to see Laura Loomer hitting on a guy?
Yeah.
Have you guys seen this video?
I have not seen this, and I very much want to see this.
Oh my god.
She has big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ, reportedly. So I'm just gonna play it, and it's 38 seconds, and the guy like brushes her off. But here's her. If y'all wanted to see Laura Loomer's game, this is the Laura Loomer game.
You gotta take notes.
Take notes, everybody.
Your eyes look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
And the Nazis hate me.
Oh my god.
Because they're obsessed with the Jews.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
They're just jealous because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You got it.
What the fuck?
Life are like fucking people on the side and like cheating on their partners. Like,
That's so bad.
Like they're not even like really sad life. Like,
Anyway.
How is that not like a scene
Listen, I
from
just
like
wanna
season
say-
1 of Jersey Shore?
If she wanted to make a career change, she would make an amazing stripper. I really.
That is good. That is good stripper small talk.
Yeah, it really like, hi, do you want to meet a cool Ashkenazi girl? Like,
Wait, Laura, is that your fake? Is that your fake laugh?
no, my fake laugh is I don't even fake laugh anymore because I have a mask now and I just need to look like I'm smiling. And underneath, I'm just saying. That's my move.
Oh God.
That was not meant to be serious, by the way. Everyone got really quiet and serious.
No, listen. Whenever you have a group of people talking, there's this awkward silence, like every 14 minutes or something like that.
I know how to make it. I know how to make it a not awkward silence. Because we have a update, by the way.
High hopes alert, maybe.
Let's go.
Biden is up, y'all.
Okay.
oh no!
Did I do it?
Yeah, you had it. It was working. Continue playing it. Yes! You did it. You're a winner.
I'm glad I figured that out. So Biden's at 73 now, electoral votes. Trump is at 48. So
That's not news.
If we're wanting to get into wonk talk for a second.
Yeah, what's happening?
Biden's a little bit fucked.
What's happening?
Because Florida, he ate shit in Florida. Georgia, there was a pipe that burst in Atlanta that is forestalling vote counting, but it looks like he's fucked in Georgia. The needle has North Carolina barely for Trump. So those three. Pennsylvania looks good for Biden. Biden had an early lead in Texas that is slowly being slimmed out. For some reason, Ohio seems to be a blue bulwark so far.
Yeah. Well, if Biden wins Ohio, then it's over.
Well, the problem is I have a friend from Michigan, and he's been looking at the Michigan results county by county, and it doesn't look very good for Biden whatsoever. Like, he is losing a lot of the areas that he would want to win. Not much is in yet, but it's not going to be the Biden runaway that a lot of people were hoping for. We're in for a long night.
Brian, how do you feel? We haven't talked to you about this election and these election results. So
I feel like
I'm worried about Trump doing exactly what was leaked that he was going to do and declaring victory before all the votes are counted.
Well,
I mean,
Brian,
it's increasingly likely that he won't have to, and that he will just win outright. So,
well, Brian, tell us what you think. Where are you on the Doomometer?
Well, I feel owed money if Ohio, if Biden wins Ohio, because I did vote this time. Didn't vote last time. Seems like I'm the reason that he's going to win Ohio.
What if he wins by one
Yeah,
vote?
I've been nervous that Ohio would go to Trump because I voted for Hunter. Not gonna lie. Because of one vote. Shit.
My partner from the podcast, Brett, had to go vote in person today because he got the forms to vote by mail and he filled it out with pen and he accidentally voted for Trump. So he had to go to the place and vote in person.
Accidentally.
Yeah, he is a very much a dude that just doesn't pay attention to what he's doing. But he didn't mail it or anything. But he accidentally voted for Trump, and I thought that was very fucking funny.
Hey, we all know how confusing they make those ballots. So it's like they're trying to mess you up with them.
It wasn't confusing. He just for the past 2 weeks,
one more weird walk thing that's happened. Biden's been declared the winner in Virginia, despite the fact that he is behind.
Whoa.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that earlier.
Yeah, I think that they've just done some math about where the votes are and shit like that, and they're
Yeah.
like, he's gonna win. So
yeah.
It appears that Biden is majorly losing ground with Hispanic people, which contributed majorly to his apparent loss in Florida. Like Hillary Clinton won Miami-Dade County with 65%, and Biden is only winning it with 52%.
That's not good.
No.
I remember a candidate who was very popular with Hispanic voters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, well, for me, Leah glitched out for a second, but I was just gonna say, the stress on trying to appeal to South Florida, Cuban American voters, and running away from Bernie because of those people, or using those people as an excuse to rat fuck Bernie, was a death knell in Florida.
We thought you had left, and we were all going to be like, "Thank you for coming on, dropping by. It was so great."
No, my friend was letting me know about kind of actions that are going on near us right now, and then kind of what the plans are for the rest of the night. And then I hit the wrong button, and then I was like, "Oh fuck."
This is really what it's all about.
Oh hell yeah!
This is.
I love that for you. Love that.
Oh, that's so romantic. Aww.
He supports me streaming. It's so sweet. And alcoholism.
We had confusing voting in Illinois as well, with tax issues, and it's called the fair tax, and that's kind of what they've been saying, campaigning for a while, is vote yes to the fair tax. We have to amend our constitution so that we can have a tax structure that isn't flat. And last minute they changed on the ballot. Instead of calling it the fair tax, they called it article, a bunch of string of numbers, and they didn't really elaborate very clearly on what that was. So there was issues on our ballot as well with local things that are very odd. So
we didn't have any initiatives. I was hoping weed would be on there, but the Democrats are so stupid that they didn't put it on there, which would have probably drawn turnout for Biden if weed was on the ballot. So
the fair tax here, I've heard a lot of leftists who weren't planning on voting encouraging others, okay, well, if you don't want to vote for Biden, that's understandable, but at least go fill out a ballot for this, or for this, or for that, local issues that are really, really pressing. And I feel like that pushed a lot of people to end up voting for Biden because, you know, they
they're
already had the ballot
there.
in their hand. Yeah, they, you know, they had to sit there with that for a second, you know, in their hands being like, do I want to vote for Biden? You know, is this something that I want to do? If you have those pressing local issues that were on the ballot as well.
Yeah. They did that in 2004. The Republicans did that in 2004 with like anti-gay marriage ballot initiatives. I've always wondered why the Democrats don't try that, especially with something like weed that is so fucking popular. You know, it's like overwhelmingly, if you put recreational marijuana on a ballot, it's probably gonna pass. And most
they're terrified of having that like big of a turnout, aren't they? Like, imagine if Democrats ran on like $2,000 a month, free weed, free healthcare. Like, imagine, you know, everybody would come out to vote for them.
They're afraid of winning and then
Can
have
we
to
just
follow
say-
through on policy promises.
Can we all just say, as with one voice, Bernie would have won?
Bernie
would have won.
In a landslide.
He would have just like, we would be cheersing each other on the
Bernie
internet.
Sanders losing an election during a global plague where he would have just been going from town to town, just saying, "Let's give these people some cash money. Where's the money?"
This is if in 1932 the Democrats ran Joseph P. Kennedy
against Hoover and then lost. But anyway, Kennedy, go ahead.
Yeah, I remember that clip of like Bernie being hounded by reporters like toward the very end of his time in the primary, where they were hounding him on some stupid bullshit that had to do with Biden, and he was like, "I'm trying to stop a fucking global pandemic," and like I just imagining that energy in the White House, like, I sure would like that. That'd be pretty sick. I would love to. I'd love to not have a horrible president.
It hurts.
It does hurt. I miss you, Bernie. I miss you, Grandpa.
Yeah.
Please God, come
state
back.
that he's in now, like seeing him in the reduced state he is in now, campaigning for someone who will not give him a cabinet position.
Oh God,
and,
it's so sad.
And, oh my God, it makes me so angry. I'm like, Bernie, just
Listen,
retire, man. Like, just
but let's go through two hypotheticals.
Okay.
And April, I'm going to ask you the first one. If Trump wins re-election, there will be a lot of hot takes and editorials. So I'd like you to be the first one. What does it mean about America if Trump wins re-election?
This was entirely
straight up. So
this was entirely Biden's race to lose. As I have been saying this entire time, the Democrats are good at one thing, and that is seizing defeat from the jaws of victory. Everybody said that that Biden was going to win this one, and he didn't. And that is entirely on him. If he fails to defeat Donald Trump during a pandemic, like all of these things, this is probably, and it has been described as the perfect storm for unseating an incumbent. And Joe Biden failed to do that in this scenario.
Right.
So I think back-to-back failures of centrist neoliberal policy against right-wing populism should maybe fucking teach us something about the type of candidates we should be running. And especially when this is corroborated with the dismal results of Amy McGrath in Texas, where we spent tens of millions of dollars.
Wasted. That could have gone to
nothing.
I'm sorry. She ran anti-Biden ads in Ohio.
Yes. Yeah.
She ran anti-Biden ads in Ohio. If Biden were to lose Ohio, which, you know, if Ohio,
you don't know anything.
Please God, I'm not going to say it. I'm not even going to say it because I don't want to jinx it.
Right.
But people will. Well, I mean, I'll say people will learn a lesson, but you know, God knows they might not.
Who wants to get in here? If Trump wins, and let's say if Trump wins straight up, what does it mean about the story of the United States, or the story of the left, or the story of centrism? What does it mean?
We're fucked, and it's very funny.
I agree with that. I think that, like, to be serious for like 30 seconds, I don't think that a lot of people. I mean, I think everybody here probably gets it because you're all smart, beautiful angels. But you know, I don't think that everybody on the left, or maybe more like on the social democrat left, like understood how much of a like nail in the coffin Bernie losing, or Bernie being, you know, made to lose the way he was for us. Like at least for a while. You know,
I don't know.
we have
I
to
think
rebuild.
Yeah.
From
I don't
that.
know. I think I don't think they're ever gonna. I think they're not gonna let a socialist be president. But the down ballot races, we have there's potential there. You know.
Oh yeah.
There's a ton of potential locally to kind of get what we want. But yeah, not to be all wonky, but seriously, they were never gonna let a socialist be president. I think we're like another 20 years away from that if we still have an environment to live in. That is, but.
Oh,
When
Aaron's
we're living in like the Lorax future.
Yeah.
Oh my God, no.
Oh, and
literally fake plastic trees by Radiohead plays.
for Doom Pill news, in North Carolina 11, the Nazi Zoomer has won against the Gitmo Guard. The Nazi Zoomer will be going to Congress.
Okay, whatever.
Is that the QAnon candidate?
No, there are
QAnon
several
candidates-
QAnon candidates.
Yeah,
There's several.
Is it the guy? Is it the
One of-
guy
one of
with
them
the
won
last
earlier.
name that sounds like a slur? That guy?
It's
lone
Madison
wolf guy?
Cawthorn. Madison
Oh.
Cawthorn.
Yeah.
He was the guy
Looks
who
like
went
another
to
Nazi
Hitler's bunker in the Alps and
was
posted-
like, the
posted
Fuhrer
about
lived
it.
such a troubled life and things like that.
Yeah.
So and Griff, the QAnon, and Brian, I'm going to throw it right back to you. The QAnoner is actually in Georgia. Marjorie Green is in near us. Brian, what's up?
I have to record a episode of Shocktober now.
Oh, okay. Listen,
leave.
You've got to do it. And Brian, like, it was a panel. It was Fast and Furious. So I hope that you got some quality takes in. We were just so happy because we put all this together on like a day's notice, and we didn't expect anybody to show up and like, Brian Quimby comes in. It's like, yeah, we'll do it. You're our hero. You're incredible. So thank you for dropping by. And you have a good one. Hell yeah.
I might get back too, so see y'all.
I probably gotta go too.
All right. No, it's cool. Listen, you did your time.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
I'm gonna have to run too. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This has been so much fun.
Consume.
We love it.
Consume your drug of choice. Get annihilated. And tomorrow we'll figure out what the fuck we're gonna do.
And if I may say one time, please, for anyone watching that would like to vibe with me and my pals, come check us out at twitch.tv/badpraxis. We have fun. We stream Thursdays and Sundays, and it's a
we
good
need
time.
to host you guys so that when they come to our channel, but if somebody stumbles on it, they'll know that you're running because you guys do a very good stream.
Well, thank you so much, and that would be great. And we would love to work with you on Twitch.
Yeah,
on this wonderful platform.
We should do more of that. Absolutely.
And I'd love to work with y'all too because
Yes.
we all stick together.
Yes. I love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah,
this was so nice. It was really great.
Wow, and now there were 3.
We're down. Listen, Griff, if you would like to stay, you certainly can.
Yeah, I'm down to kick it for a bit.
Because Rara, here was the thing that I was going to ask. This was my second question. I didn't get a chance to ask it, but it's good because this question was specifically for you. In this scenario, Trump wins straight up tonight. He declares victory at 1 a.m. and it's not controversial. Like everybody's like, well, he won, and so we're going back. So tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., Bernie Sanders is outside of your domicile. He's got a boombox over his shoulder, and he's playing some music. And it's "Baby, come back, you can blame it all on me." Do you want the old man back as one of your mentor figures, or are you ready to leave the old man in the past?
The thing is and I think this might be an unpopular position with people who are probably identify as more on the left, way further left. But I forgive Bernie a lot of things because the dude has been fighting for a really long time.
Yes.
A really long time, longer than I've been alive, and than most of us have been alive. And B, like, the dude is just a fighter. Like, he fights in his own way, and it's not the way that we want him to fight. He's just has too much fucking he's just got too much fucking character to get on the level with these fucking ghouls, right? But he's also, I think he also sees the threat that is Trump, and he has made the calculus that Biden is slightly better, and he's hitched his wagon to Biden in a kind of shitty way.
Yeah.
But I
Listen.
think,
Go ahead.
Yeah.
No, you go ahead.
But I could forgive him of it. Like, I could forgive him of it about it because the dude is fucking old, man. Like, when you're old, you just see things differently. It doesn't matter how radical you are. Like, there's, I feel like you get to a certain point when you've just been fighting and fighting. It's like Angela Davis fucking endorsed Biden. It's like nobody's gonna, like, anyone calling Angela Davis a fucking poser right now, or like not a real communist. It's like, she's old. Give the olds a break. Like,
Can you imagine, like, if Bernie was not a United States senator and lived in Georgia?
Yeah.
Like, Bernie would just be in our DSA chapter. Like, don't we have like 6 people who are old people who are like Bernie in mannerisms, and they're just
we have like six Bernies in our chapter.
Yeah.
That sounds great. I'd love to talk to those guys.
Sweethearts.
Oh my god.
They're sweethearts, and we cherish them.
Listen, we'll set a
also
date.
Take everything they say with a grain of salt.
Yeah,
We
exactly.
are younger, and we have more spunk in us.
We're bigger than them. We can beat them physically if we have
We
to.
can push
It's
them
fine.
down and break their hips.
That's right.
Like, well, we don't, because we're nice. And we're socialists. But like, the thing is like, I am not forgiving of a lot of politicians, a lot of younger politicians. I don't trust the way they're going with stuff. But with Bernie, I just think he's old, and I don't want to hate on the dude. I criticize him all you want. Like, I'm critical of him all the time, and I get very disappointed in him. But I'm also, like, he's not a celebrity to me. He's like a real fucking dude. And I think he's earned the right to be a little bit, just a little bit more toned down. Like, a little bit more, tame, I guess.
Someone will play this video in 40 years when you're old and like, it used to be cool.
I mean, like, look at, like, fucking Noam Chomsky, Angela Davis. A lot of these older radicals, like, there's just not a lot of, like, really old radicals left, and there's a reason for that. It's because they've all been fucking in jail or murdered, and the ones who came out of it, they either became fucking liberal, like neoliberals, or they're just tired because they're fighting an entire government by themselves for the most part. So I can't have a lot of hatred for Bernie, honestly. I have too much, I have way more energy to hate liberal politicians that have been around for way
Bernie comes in, he's got the boombox on his shoulders, he's crying. He's not like weeping, because Bernie's not a sentimental person, but it's very cold, and it's also raining. So you're going to put like the little towel over his shoulders and be like, oh, come on, man, it's okay. Listen, this entire stream, the entire gimmick was that we were going to witness some cope. Like, we were gonna watch some meltdowns and some good tantrums.
We watched like one cope, but so far it's looking like it's hard for, like, okay, so right now, according to CNN, it's 89 electoral wins for Biden and 54 for Trump. But it's still early in the night, and there's all these mail-in ballots that have not been read.
Rara, I've got some Sadie Doyle.
Oh, please. I think I'm blocked from her.
Oh, let's go.
Let's go. Listen,
let's go.
You're not blocked anymore because we're going to screen share and you can read it. I want you to be the voice of Sadie if you can do it.
Okay. Let me get into character. Oh my god, I cannot read.
I think we can eliminate the Biden landslide scenario.
I cannot read. Okay.
It is happening again. Again and again. Again and again.
Oh, is that her?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, at this moment, Trump is winning because the Electoral College is fucked. Mail-in might change that, but it might not because SCOTUS is going to throw those votes out if Trump wants them to. We can skip all the fantasies until the facts change because it doesn't help. I feel like I could do a bitchier white.
Remember the midterms in 2018? That night, Florida went with Republicans. Democrats got glum, and then a blue tsunami swept the rest of the country. Bernie was a home run. Biden is a bunt. He might pull it off, but the fact that America wasn't offered the choice between Trumpism and its antithesis, leading to a landslide in favor of unapologetic compassion and solidarity, is a tragedy. Listen, Ashlyn, how are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you guys?
We're doing great. This night, just as a night, has gone so far off of like what our plan was.
Hey, that's okay.
We were gonna talk about like merchandise, and in fact, we should do that. And in fact, we'll do it as soon as we're done with this. But right now we're reading a post from some lib, Sadie Doyle. I think they're very big on canceling podcast hosts or something like that. I don't remember.
Interesting.
But she's freaking out because Biden is not ahead by enough.
Okay.
It looks good. So she's losing it. So I am completely tired of people telling me their failed candidate would win, or that I should just hold tight for a landslide win, because the win was never likely once RBG died. I'm sorry to lose my patience, but just stop it.
Just stop it.
First of all, what does Ruth Bader Ginsburg have to do with the election?
She's not the one running.
And like the Republicans already filled that seat, so it's not like it's an issue turning them out to the polls. It's right.
They already see. One of the cool things about being a Republican is once you elect your officials, they go and they bring you back victories.
Yeah.
It'll be very cool. They're like, hey,
they make promises and follow through on them.
Hey, you voted for us, and we've already done like, hey, now you can come back to the polls to let us do more of the stuff that we already did, as opposed to like our model, which is we're actually promising you nothing, and you should vote for nothing. And I guess that's not
we're not
working.
Republicans.
We're not Republicans.
That's the platform they're running on.
Yeah. And we're going to shame you if you don't vote, because remember, you owe us your votes, even though we're not going to give you anything. You still owe it to us to vote for you, because what are you going to do? Vote for the other guy?
What are you going to do about it? That's. But anyway.
Yeah, it's some abusive shit, you know.
This is kind of just what we've got going on a lot of the places. I'm going to start pulling up some of this merch. Ashlyn, this is actually like we follow each other on Twitter, just you and the show and everybody. But like you've never actually been on the show. Like
I have not.
Tell like people like what your deal is.
Oh God, what is my deal?
That sounds so like that's like asking you to make a biography. Or
I know. I'm like, who am I? I am an anarchist first and foremost, an ANCOM. So I know ideologically a little different than most people on leftist Twitter. I'm an actress first and foremost. That's what I do for a living. Not right now because everything's shut down for COVID, but that's what I have my degree in. I'm just kind of known as the angry anarchist girl on Twitter, basically.
Were you out politically as an actress?
I mean, most of what I do is like theater. So it's not going to be as controversial as working in like Hollywood, but for the most part, yeah.
And that's real acting.
I mean, I'm trying to get into TV and film, so I'm not going to knock either one. But
I'm tired of being a real actor. No, okay. Well, we'll tell it like how. First of all, why theater, and how do you get good at being a theatrical actress?
Okay, well, I went to school for it, so I actually went to go like get a degree in it, which is great because I'm not making any money. Everyone's like, "Oh, you're throwing your degree away. I'm like, no, I'm not. Like, I wouldn't have been happy doing anything else. But I mean, I've been doing it almost my entire life. My parents threw me on a stage when I was 3, and then I just never stopped. So, yeah.
I love that. And you've been just doing stuff like as a kid in high school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you more of a comedic or dramatic?
More comedic. Yeah, surprise, shocking, considering all I do is make shitty jokes on the internet all day. Yeah, so my specialty was physical comedy, actually. So like the Marx Brothers and Mr. Bean and the Stooges and stuff like that. So it's definitely interesting trying to do that over the internet.
Did your parents like show you like Lucille and Charlie Chaplin and stuff like that as a kid, and you were like,
yeah.
This is dope?
Well, I didn't actually get into it until college. I took a comedy class, and I fucked every assignment up so badly that the professor was like, oh, this is what you should be doing. He's like, you should go to clown college. I'm like, I'm not going to clown college. I'm like, that's terrible advice.
Listen, you fucking up everything. Go to clown college. Get your shit together.
Basically.
It's so Brandon, you and I have to write Shit Post the musical, so Ashlyn could be the main in it. So.
I feel like
that's what I'm hearing. And then
yes.
Grift has to make all the costumes.
Of course, yeah.
It'll be all T-shirts.
I have a lot of different stuff in this shop, in the shop, not just shirts. So I could, I got hoodie, I got hoodies, I got pullovers, hoodies, like bomber jackets, rain jackets. I got all sorts of stuff in there.
I wonder if the first Zoom musical has been written yet.
There's been a lot of Zoom plays that I've seen throughout the past couple months.
That feels like it would not really be as, I don't know, because I come from theater too. I've been in theater since I was like from high school to a little bit through college. So I love theater so much, and I'd love to see you in a play sometime. That's so freaking cool. Yes. But
yeah, I'm moving out to LA this year, so hopefully some stuff will be happening.
That is exciting. But I just can't imagine that theater is I don't know, I feel like a Zoom movie would just not be very interesting unless it was maybe like a horror movie or something. I don't know.
Oh, well, you know what? I think like a Zoom would be really good for like a comedy, but like you'd have to be really creative with like, it couldn't be everybody in the same room together. It would have to be something where it's like a series of conversations, and the conversations are kind of long. I mean, we've all seen comedy movies where there's like scenes where like it's 2 or 3 actors. And maybe it's just like a Zoom comedy movie is just like a big list of those. Or, Robert, I know you've seen The Death of Stalin. And that's literally just like 2 or 3 people talking.
I haven't.
Oh no, I thought that was...
I know, I just never got around to watching it.
It's so good. It's amazing.
I'm a terrible cinephile, I know.
Well, Rara, as a membership secretary at Atlanta DSA, you've had enough funny conversations where it's like, get on Zoom right now. And then they'll yell at the one person. It's like, all right, let me Zoom the other person. Get on Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it. This has become a Hot Girl Agenda episode.
Right on.
Yeah. I mean, we got 2 hot girls right here.
Yeah, that's true. We love it.
What are we talking about?
Well, we wanted to talk about weird merchandise, and Lollydaggle is on the way. And Bethany is... I haven't heard from Bethany at all. And Leslie, we knew Leslie's status was up in the air because Leslie is doing a stand-up gig right now.
Oh, wow.
Right. And so Leslie said that she would just call the second that she was free, and she really wanted to do it. So we'll just see. But listen, the Daily Beast, I had a whole clip of merchandise, but I think it's easier to just do...
Oh my god.
Well, we will probably respect none of these grifts.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask.
Okay, but I need that hat because I want people to come up to me like, hell yeah, I'm not a socialist either. And I'll be like, damn right, I'm a communist.
They'll come up to me, I'll be like, no, I'm an anarchist.
It works for so many tendencies.
Great, perfect timing.
Man.
Hannah,
Yay, hi.
Literally,
Hello.
one of our
Hey.
first mutuals. We were following each other like Hannah and the show when we were like at 400 followers. Like we were like tiny. And she kind of followed us back really quickly, and was just a really good advocate in terms of healthcare and diabetic issues and insulin and all kinds of other stuff. And you had a newsletter. I'm not subscribed, so are you guys still doing newsletter stuff?
So we have someone else in the community who's a legitimate journalist who's putting together kind of a weekly newsletter on what's happening in the insulin sphere. I believe it's called the Shot newsletter, and it's on Substack. But I also have a insulin.substack where I post various like data updates that I found, digging through some of the data on what's happening in the insulin space and some of the impacts of various legislation that's happening.
I like, it's a niche, but like your work is like incredibly thorough and thought-provoking and funny. So people who are interested in health justice obviously check you out.
Yeah, definitely.
Good tweet, good feed, good all that stuff. Listen, not a socialist. This is a really terrible hat. Like there's nothing to it.
Just no effort. Like come on.
No effort.
No.
Like, at
and
least
probably
do
cost
one of those like
$40.
Yeah. At least do one of those like fake Russian fonts, to make it a little ironic.
Right.
Like there's just nothing going on there.
Yeah. All right. So we've got another one. I'm just gonna bring it up. We're gonna scroll and let's look at this one. No more gender inequality. This was from Mike Bloomberg earlier in the year. It's only the Mike Bloomberg campaign that can make a shirt about gender inequality. Like, yo, this shirt, I don't want to be crude, but this shirt literally has DSLs. Like, it's a DSL shirt. Like, look, like what? Why couldn't it be? I mean, listen, all
It's
Biden
also
guys
very
know
hard
stuff.
to read.
Yeah.
It's very hard to read.
No, that's a major gripe with a lot of the political merch I see out there is like it can't be read from a distance. You got to have those graphics big. You got to have big letters. If you want people to actually see the message, then it's you can't make the letters small and jammed together like that.
Mm-hmm.
You have kind of a more subtle style yourself as a shirt designer and maker. Do you feel like people know what your shirts are when they? Like, I feel like they've got to get close and squint, and then they're offended.
Yeah. Well, I try to make the graphics really big, and I think the issue more is they have to be on left Twitter to be aware of the inside joke to get it. Because most of the stuff, like people, if the random person sees a What's Bappin' shirt, they're gonna have no idea what the hell that is. Like they're like, why is there a Russian flag that says "What's Bappin" on it? Like, and then you have to sound like a crazy person trying to explain it to them. But so yeah, I think the limiting factor on my stuff is more just getting the arcane references that are very very left Twitter related.
This is something else that the world that 2020 gave us, and these are Liz Warren beer cozies. Would you like this? Here's the thing. Like, I just don't know if a person who has this as their beer cozy will be a fun person to party with. Even if you like Liz Warren, you're buying a Liz Warren themed beer cozy.
So would anyone buying this cozy even drink beer?
That's the thing. No, they're probably using it for their Pepsi.
For LaCroix.
Sparkling water.
Yeah, for their non-alcoholic canned beer.
It's coconut flavored LaCroix, which is the worst flavor.
This is listed as one of the worst. I think that they just wanted to be bipartisan because I don't know. Y'all call me biased, but I think this is clearly fucking rad.
No, that rocks.
I just heard some inflammatory statements about coconut LaCroix, and I'm here to fight.
Oh God! Listen,
this is the discourse we're doing right now. LaCroix.
The Daily Beast has this as bad campaign merch. Robert, don't you like?
Whoa!
Don't you own this poster?
I don't own that person.
Mariah Parker owns this poster.
Oh, she does own that poster.
She owns the Strokes poster, and this is a good poster.
I think it's cool.
Good.
Yeah.
And also, the guy who keeps his Carhartt beanie on during sex might be an annoying guy. Might be an annoying guy, but
at least that guy fucks.
Yeah, but yeah, let's move on. Pete's got socks.
Oh no.
These aren't good.
Oh.
Could you imagine?
Oh.
Listen, could you imagine? You're dating someone. You're hanging out with them. You're getting close. You're making out with them. And you're like, it's time. Let's do it. They take off their clothes, right? They take off their pants. They take off their shoes. They take off their shirt, and they're wearing Pete Buttigieg socks.
No, Brandon, we wouldn't even make it that far because the only people wearing Pete Buttigieg socks are the gay dudes walking around in Midtown Atlanta.
Not even them.
Shitty little dogs with their like sandals.
Oh, those ones. On. Okay, yeah.
They're Pete Buttigieg socks. Those are the only people like wearing them. I can say that I'm bisexual.
The bougies, yes.
Don't come for me, you live. Not you guys, just everybody, whatever.
Thank you, Gangsta Muffin 24.
Yes.
Getting in here. And Kami Test, also good. We love to see it. Also, follow us everywhere. We're multimedia conglomerate. Would anyone in this room grift if you're with a girl and she's got Mayor Pete socks? But you've already gotten close. You're already like in the bedroom. Do you like just go, I can't do this anymore?
By that point, I'm sure the topic would have come up and I would have been okay with it because she would have appealed to me in some other way, because like, I don't like, I feel like if you're wearing Pete Buttigieg socks and like, as, political a person as I am, the conversation would probably come around to that at some point in the night, and we'd get into it. So I feel like I would have already made my choice by then. So it would not stop what was proceeding there.
But what if she says they have to stay on during sex?
Okay, sure.
Well, you're just clearly going to take whatever the system gives you. Ashlyn, would you kick a guy out if he had Mayor Pete socks?
Yeah, why did you buy them in the first place?
I've got high hopes. Got high hopes, and you're like, yeah, I don't know. You were hoping too high.
Yeah.
I don't know, because you know what? I've dated a lot of libs.
Yeah.
Not a ton of like capital L libs.
Right.
Little
L.
Yeah.
Left-leaning liberals.
Lowercase L.
Yeah. Lowercase L's. But like I've dated a lot of libs where they tricked me at first, thinking like they're like, progressive, when I thought that was a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get around to talking with them and it's like they like want to be landlords or something, and you're like, I knew there was something that was stopping you from being a socialist at the very least. Like shit. Okay. But yeah, like I could see how you would get to a certain point sexually with somebody and there would be like a point of no return, like a event horizon of
you cross that. Yeah.
Hannah, would you believe in momentum, or would you just be like, we've got to stop, this is over?
Yeah, I think if it was like literally any other candidate, I could maybe have looked it over. But like, there's just something about Pete Buttigieg that just like really irks me the wrong way.
Let's play a guessing game. I'm going to show you the merch, and you guess whose merch it is.
Oh, that's Amy Klobuchar.
Yeah.
I know those colors. I know that font.
That's a good point. Amy was the only person using green this year. That's true.
Yeah.
Why did I have a feeling it was going to be her before you even showed it?
Why would you get a bumper sticker that's about bad bumper stickers? This is why you're not president today.
You're literally leading with saying I have no policy positions. Which
or at least
yeah,
this isn't interesting enough to tell anybody about. What? Come on, what are you doing? I just want to share this last piece of information, which is Donald Trump has a Baby Lives Matter onesie for the babies, and that is at the Trump store, and you can buy it now.
Oh no.
This guy. I don't know what to add about.
It's particularly gross because if you're any sort of conservative who's making a pun on anything sort of baby related, it gets into the abortion issue a little bit too. So it's
that's probably why they sold it. That's
yeah.
Literally that. Do you respect that grift or do you reject it?
No, I can't. I can't in good conscience respect that one.
That's just horrific. Were there any other really weird campaign merchandise that we came across this year? There was a fly swatter. Do you remember the Joe Biden fly swatter? Mike Pence had a like a demon in a movie, like a fly just crawled into his eyeball, and Pence actually licked the fly with his tongue. It just went and it went back into his mouth. It was the damnedest, weirdest thing. But either way, the day after, there was the day after Pence licks the fly out of his eyeball. Biden is selling fly swatters, talking about like black flies matter or whatever the hell. Like they can't stop thinking of ways to monetize. Adriel,
such a mess.
Hey,
the entire reason why we got you on the show, I don't know if I never told you this, so you're hearing this story for the first time. Basically, we were like, we want somebody who's extremely mentally stable.
Wow.
Don't
say that about me.
At like 9:45. Because because so many people in our community, and Aaron, you can speak to this too.
Oh yeah.
Whenever anything goes wrong, they start crying. Like these are the people who are like revolutionaries.
Oh, I've been crying. I was crying all day.
Oh, never mind. Never mind.
I mean, I can cry if that's like.
But no, I just mean politically. Like whenever there's political setback, there's weeping. And it's like, and we gotta get guns, and no one will save us. And
I don't get guns because I don't trust my own mental stability.
Okay, well, oh man,
knives only.
I have opinions on guns that I will not speak on publicly. So yeah.
but listen, like part of why we got you here is just because we thought if it turns out that Biden is losing, that we would just go to you for the pep talk.
Well, I mean, I don't think he is losing.
He's not losing right
so
now.
yeah, the pep talk. I mean, I did get someone like 30 minutes ago sent me a text and said like, "Oh, it looks bad," and it was like one of those. It looks bad, like we're all having nervous breakdowns. And every strategist I've talked to has been very pessimistic about any kind of clear results, tonight. And so if you've been like pumped up to expect that we're going to wait days to have a clear outcome, then what remains is like worry about whether Trump tries to stage, some kind of event, because it's so easy for them to promote violence, provoke violence. All they have to do is have like a local police department shoot somebody, and he'll have what he needs to like try to shut down vote counting in a state and then the nation. So those are the kind of things that I kind of like worry about. But on the other hand, there's a lot of organizers just saying, get out, get your people out there. Like Sunrise Movement has a plan. Everybody has a plan to get their people in the streets at the right times. And that's how you reduce the chance that Trump can rig it.
Yeah, it's weird. There are actually organizations that have plans to not be in the streets because they don't want to. But anyway, that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, I've heard that argument back and forth, and it's interesting. I tend to think the more people you have out, the less likely there is to be violence. That's been my experience with protests.
I just wanted to say real quick too, man. Like today was like pretty.
Hey, Leslie.
What's up,
Hey,
Leslie?
I'm going to be driving. I just came back. I'm like sitting in the parking lot of a comedy club that sucked.
We built this very intricate set of interviews and times and all this other stuff. But what happened was everybody, like, it works kind of, but everybody's just kind of coming and going at very odd times. So you missed the that whole discussion about merchandise. But I want to hear about something more important, which is, how was your gig?
It was horrible.
What happened?
It was very cliquey. I'm still in the parking lot, and it's just a dive bar, like a little Irish pub.
Sure.
And it's very cliquey.
Was this an open mic or were you getting paid?
No, so it was an open mic. I haven't been on stage in 10 years.
Okay.
So I decided to drive 2 hours to do an open mic night that I found. And the people that I met before I went up were very cool. But the room started filling up with comedians. And I didn't really like walk around and talk to people. And I don't know if you've ever been in like a dive bar gig with comedians, but they tend to not like anybody that's really fucking funny.
Oh.
And I'm new. No one, I just came out of nowhere. And like, I couldn't even get them to cheer for themselves.
Oh.
Like, that's how they didn't want to have anything to do with me. They were. So fuck them.
They were just like performatively non-responsive. That sucks.
Yeah, but I proved to myself that I could stand up there and I could take the beating and I didn't crumble. So I think I'm back on the fucking path, man.
Hey. Were you happy with the material?
I didn't even really get to do my material because I was trying to do something that I was never really good at. So I was listening to all the comics that went on before me. And so I tried to like do shit that touched on what every comic before me touched on. And they weren't having it. They didn't want anybody new in their space.
Okay.
So, and you know what? That's fine. I still know that I'm good at what I do or what I did. And even though it sucked, I still got through it. It wasn't as bad as my first time. So yeah, I'm cool. And now I'm going to drive home. And 2 hours after 10 minutes of shit. Welcome to fucking showbiz, man.
Yeah.
Sounds like stand up.
Yeah. Definitely does. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna listen.
Yes.
But I'm gonna turn off my cam and my mic.
All right.
If you want to say anything to me, you are plugged into the microphone of my phone or of my car, but I'm driving home now.
Okay. Well, we're gonna let you drive probably.
I think we'll just take you off stream if you want to just join from like Twitch.
No, I'm gonna take myself off screen.
Oh, okay.
But I'm gonna continue to listen. So if I have something I want to say, I'll jump in.
Oh, I love that. Okay, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could I mention something real quick?
Yeah.
Too, especially because I was very black pilled when I woke up this morning. Because I personally didn't vote for Joe Biden, but it doesn't mean that I don't want him to win. It doesn't mean that I don't recognize that people are currently right now being harmed, and a Joe Biden presidency would, if not even alleviate in the short term, at least like kind of slow this shit down, this descent into barbarism that we're going into, and kind of what snapped me out of it was just sort of realizing that this is like a never-ending battle, and it looks like Biden's going to win, and I think that me personally, I'm going to get more involved into organizing, but I really do think that if people are talking about pushing Biden to the left, which I'm a cynic about that, like I don't think it's possible. But if people really, you know, are talking about that, we're gonna have to do it, man. It's gonna have to be, you know, the sort of grassroots like organizing that's been going on over the last like 6-7 months. You know, so yeah, man. Like no matter who wins, we all lose. But like we got to fight another day, right? We're gonna wake up tomorrow morning and have to continue to fight. So,
well,
you know.
Adriel, you're somebody you're a socialist candidate for governor, and you've been very pro Biden just on the damage control kind of tip. And when we talk about, you know, a lot of people kind of push Biden to the left as kind of a way to push the issue of Biden kind of to the background, in my opinion. But you're somebody that's really been thinking strategically about how to push a population to the left over time and how to push political actors to the left over time. So what do you see as like, and we've gone back and forth during the stream just to have good mental exercises. In the event that Biden wins the election, what do you think needs to happen to get anything on our agenda, if not everything?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the challenges that is difficult to push politicians to the left, but what you can do is grow your own movements. And I'm coming from a perspective, like I'm 42 and I've been in leftist circles for like more than 20 years now. Or about 20 years, I guess. So you consider like we had Dennis Kucinich in 2004, right? So like we've come a long way.
Old school, way back in the day.
And you really only have to go back like 5 years to know that the left was pretty small 5 years ago comparatively to where we are today. And so like 5 years of organizing has got us a lot further. And I think the thing with Biden, I mean, one, I get paid to help Biden win, you know, not by his campaign, but by people who don't want Donald Trump to win. I do political consulting. So there's some element of that. Like if I wasn't, you know, working on winning the presidential race, would I be so pro Biden? Probably not. You know, like I haven't deleted any of my tweets about him, and some of them are pretty bad from the primary. It helped set up a site that, you know, is like the kind of thing that the right wingers are attacking him with now a year ago, and then we never launched it. I think what we have to do is just continue organizing, right? I said that like the big winner is the DSA 100K map, right, from a Biden win. And then it's also like the congressional races are every 2 years. So one of the most important things happening right now is the efforts to change the House through like Justice Democrats. Because if you get a handful of people and then you get not 6 the next time, and then you get 12 the next time, and in like less than a decade, you could have control of the House. But it requires people to have that long-term view and keep working at it.
Adriel, can I ask you a question really quick? Because this is what's kind of been concerning me. Like, given what we've seen recently on the West Coast with these wildfires, and just the fact that like hurricanes have been recategorized or named like with the Greek alphabet, right? Because like they've run out of names. My concern is the ecological timeline, right?
Right.
Like just literally the fact that, I mean, forget, you know, widening contradictions, like deepening wealth and income inequality, like the fact that people are going to be materially harmed, right, through this existential threat to all of us, right? That's what kind of makes me, a little bit more of a cynic of electoralism. And this is speaking as someone who's worked for the DNC, right, for several years, right? What do you think about that in terms of how much time that we have left? And, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have very little time, and the way we solve it is incredibly difficult when you talk about that you have to have like global cooperation to do it, and the U.S. hasn't been very good at global cooperation, and China, I don't think they have massive problems in how they get to the goals that they're setting and how they treat people in terms of human rights and individual liberties. Individual liberties become like greatly at risk if you talk about climate change and what needs to happen, because we need to just ban use of all petroleum products like very, very quickly. The thing about Biden, though, that's interesting is they've done a very poor job, I think, of advocating their policies, mostly because the left hates them, and the most popular policies they have are policies that came from the left. But he's got a $2 trillion climate change plan. So even if you talk to Sunrise, they'll say that he's moved considerably over the course of the election to be much better on these issues. Then he runs around talking about fracking because if he loses Pennsylvania, he could lose the whole election. So it's all very, very strange. So I think what you have to look at is how do you double down on like the climate movement, on Sunrise. One thing I totally wanted to mention on stream, we have an effort called The Promised Land, which is at playthepromisedland.com, which is a video game that will fund Sunrise and other climate fights. And we have to think about, everything from the kind of media we consume, how we spend our money, the politicians we're electing, the movements that we're part of. How can we get into having, zero net emissions by 2030? It's like an insane goal, but it's also not, because here we are in 2020, and you imagine that massive federal spending, you could change the fossil fuel economy to a clean energy economy very, very quickly. You just have to gore a lot of oxes, and that's what our politicians are afraid of doing because they're funded by the very interests that are destroying our society and our environment.
Brandon, if you'll permit me, I know this isn't like I'm in interview mode right
now.
now. Just want to ask one more question to follow up.
Yeah, sure. We're all just hanging.
Yeah. So given that the Democrats, have Joe Biden explicitly has said that he's not going to ban fracking, right? And we know that the Republicans don't even believe in climate change. This is something I've been going back and forth about. There's the Movement for a People's Party. I have very not even makes like negative feelings about that, and I'm not gonna talk shit. Yeah. But what do you think, as someone especially who's kind of looked at the possibility and the institutional constraints of a third party? Like, it's not just getting the Greens above 5%, right? Like, people have to understand that state parties run the elections, right? That first and foremost, we have a first past the vote system, majority takes all, that eventually, as we see in the United States, has devolved into a two-party system, right? We even have like a presidential system as opposed to like a parliamentary system, right? Which gives power to the executive, which over time expands into dictatorship, historically speaking, when you look at presidential systems like across the history in the world, right? What do you think about a third party, and especially one that is able to rise to the challenge of like combating climate change, especially?
Yeah, I think that the timeline is very short for it. I'm not a Democrat, and I left the party a couple of years ago after spending time for about a decade as an activist inside the party. Before that, I was a Green for a while. I voted Green quite a lot. I think that you bring up this, like, Joe Biden won't ban fracking. Well, Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, who's like a big popular Democrat, he won't ban fracking. And so we have a bigger problem. And one of the ways I like trying to figure out, how can you tackle something that you can actually handle? And the Movement for People's Party is a few years old now, and they're continuing to move towards the third party model. And I think they're looking at national. I am looking a little bit at what the National Progressive Party is doing. This is like the Vermont Progressive Party, who have a governor candidate right now. He might win tonight. I need to check in on that. And they're looking at like state by state races where you might even be able to make change happen faster. And in California, you have a top two primary. So, for example, by running as an independent socialist and very publicly doing that, it creates some space for a more progressive Democrat to get in against the incumbent Gavin Newsom, and you could have a two-Democrat runoff, especially if the Republicans get routed as bad as I expect to happen today. But none of the problems are easy, and I don't see any, like 2-year fixes on the horizon. So I'd say that whatever folks are plugging into, and this is why I do like the DSA model of saying like, hey, whatever flavor of socialism, dim soch, whatever, get, pay your dues, get part of a national org that's at least building power and large numbers over time. Membership dues are a big form of power. And look at everything you're doing as having a 2, 4, 6-year arc, right? You can't expect to get involved and 6 months later we've solved a big problem, because they do take a lot of effort.
Yeah.
All right. Well, listen. This is all good. This is all nice.
I'll just show up my T-shirt. Here we go.
And also,
I'm scared of old lady Trumper with this today.
That's
if
excellent.
you're watching, join DSA, please. Join DSA.
And it's
join,
so
join
funny.
your local chapter.
It's so funny because I literally was going to have a DSA person drop by. But listen.
DSA people.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I'm a DSA member. I'm a dues paying member. I have my card.
Bethany Howard is here. And she's a big Movement for a People's Party person, big Mark Charles person. What's been going on at? Do you know anything about what's been going on in Mark Charles' world, like in the last month?
Not really in the last month. I have been dealing with like a whirlwind of my own stuff in my own personal life, so it's been a lot with me. So I at some point was like, oh, fuck politics, it's all a circus. I'm like, but I voted for him. I did vote for him. So
was it right?
Yeah, I did.
What state are you in?
Illinois.
Okay.
I almost just did it in Ohio because I was back and forth to Ohio a couple times, but yeah, I came back to Illinois just to kind of tie up some stuff here, and then just was it yesterday? Yesterday I dropped off my ballot. I didn't go in to do it in person, but I did take the ballot where it was directly to the wherever it is.
Well, listen. What do you think? And I guess I'll go around the room because I think this is a good topic for us to close or break or whatever we're going to do here on. What do y'all think should happen? What do you think we should be doing in the next week and in the next year? We obviously don't know who's going to win or who's going to lose. Just what's important to y'all? And Bethany, if you want to like kick that off, feel free.
Well, I would definitely, since I voted for Mark Charles, and one of the things is fixing the Constitution, which is adding, certain things that weren't necessary, like she, her, they. Also, I was during the primaries, I was a big Andrew Yang supporter. I'm sure some people know this. And so I'm definitely hoping we can get something with universal basic income, especially with, COVID cases picking up. And although I think COVID's definitely a huge deal, but I also think I've been noticing pneumonia is a huge deal. Yeah. I know I've noticed a lot of I know something like there's in Ohio, there's been a lot of cases, especially with the older generation, where pneumonia is really, when they're dying from stuff, it's actually more pneumonia than it is COVID. So it's a big deal. And right now, I mean, with everything that's going on, I think universal basic income should be something we need to have, especially with climate and all the diseases going around. We need something like that in place.
Hannah, we're all very loud. You're a Substack person. You're used to like getting the full floor, and we've all just yacked over you ruthlessly.
Definitely a Twitter person, and like Substack is like the occasional long form thing that's just too long for Twitter. So
what needs to happen just for issues that you're advocating on in the next week, in the next year? Like what do you think people need to start adopting as their priorities?
Yeah, so I'd say in the next week, it's going to be keeping up morale in the Insulin for All fight. We gained a lot of momentum on Halloween 2016, 4 years ago, and Trump got elected just a couple days after that. And, instead of letting go of all that momentum we were starting to have on insulin prices, like we really spent 4 years like building a legitimate movement. And no matter what happens, with the results of the election, like it's making sure that we're using that momentum for something. And I think for us, it's going to be a really big push for mutual aid efforts, because ultimately it's hard to see how insulin prices will ever be lower. And sometimes it's hard feeling like we'll ever have universal health care like we need.
Ashlyn, you're a big mutual aid supporter. Can you?
Yeah, that's literally what I was thinking right before she said it. Yep. Yeah, I think we need to, obviously things are probably going to kick off this next week. So paying attention to mutual aid when people need it is going to be really, really important this week specifically, and to come, but specifically this week because there are going to be more people in the streets. If you can be in the streets, if you're not afraid of that or hesitant about it, I would go out and help support as well.
Especially if there's a disputed situation.
Yes.
And we won't know. We probably won't even know by the time people are out and marching and stuff tomorrow. We probably won't even know what the election results are because it's going to take a long time to count all this stuff.
I fully expect it to go to the Supreme Court, but that's just my own prediction.
In your state, what are like the most important things that people should be doing in terms of like what are the important mutual aid work that's being done in your neck of the woods?
I'm in New Jersey, so we're not very we're very democratic. Mainly, it's a very blue state. So I'm actually one of the only lefties that I know in my area. So it's mainly just me trying to push things forward right now, just to kind of make people aware of other ways of thinking. So
you've got to come to Atlanta because you have a lot more backup out here. Rara, can you talk about like what do you think are the important things that we've got to do in the next week?
I want to say in the next week, in the next couple of weeks, we're gonna have to make sure our brothers and sisters and trans comrades are safe, because after the election results come, I mean, we're already seeing a lot of voter intimidation by the MAGA chuds, and I anticipate an increase in white supremacist violence around the board, but also just not towards just black and brown people, but also LGBTQIA and sex workers. Historically, these are all groups that have been targeted by violence after political unrest, and no matter which way the election's going to swing, it's going to come down on all these groups of people. So making sure your BIPOC comrades, your queer comrades, your sex worker comrades, and all of the intersecting identities that involves are safe is something you can personally do. Check up on them, make sure they have food, make sure they have support, like emotional support. Make sure if they're in like a vulnerable living situation that they have a place to kind of like a shoulder to cry on, somebody to talk to. Little things like that are things we can do on an individual level. I think zooming out into the long term, my focus this next year is going to be coordinating mutual aid for sex workers, especially in the Atlanta area. It's something I've already talked about online a lot, and I'm working on it this week and trying to figure out how to start a mutual aid fund for sex workers in Atlanta. And just kind of taking care of our communities, whatever community you're a part of, whatever industry you're a part of. The thing about America is that, whatever industry you're in, IT, sex work, restaurant work, like anything, you are going to find people that are in need right now, that are struggling financially, emotionally. And to provide services for those people, provide financial help and emotional help, and to just be there is such a powerful statement of solidarity. And it's something that we can kind of all be doing, but I'm definitely going to be focusing on my own industry and trying to make sure that my comrades and the people in my immediate vicinity are getting the help they need. Because it's going to be a long road ahead of us. I mean, those are the things I'm going to work on now, but I'm also very involved with Metro Atlanta DSA. I was on the steering committee last year with Brandon, and we're continuing our work. And a lot of what we do right now with the stream and with our podcasts and stuff is education, and just, it's good to have an outlet, a creative outlet for leftists to see that they're not the only ones that are thinking the same thoughts, that are feeling the same way. So if you can be an outlet for somebody that is having, that is disillusioned with the Democratic Party, that's disillusioned with electoralism, be that person in somebody's life, because it's very fulfilling to find other people around you, even if it's just the friends you make on the internet. Some of the people I met on the internet are some of my best comrades now. So I think just opening yourself up to the possibility of forming new relationships, not closing yourself off because of the pain of this election and the fear, and just allowing yourself to think of a better future for everybody, including yourself. So yeah.
Grift, do you have like just quickly something that you'd like to throw in? What's most important right now?
I'm just trying to, like, in these moments of transition, after an election, I was thinking about what happened after Bernie dropped out, and at least my experience in the left Twitter online space, but besides the organizing we did for Bernie on the ground, just seeing online in the aftermath of that, like a lot of people like turned on each other, and there's a lot of bad energy out there. So I would just say, let's not do that this time. Let's stick together, and it's really important, all the connections that we've made throughout the process of building this leftist movement over these past several years. And that's important, even if our candidate got screwed over by the DNC, and now we're seeing some of the results come in now, and they're sort of paying for it with the with the candidate that they handpicked to promote the neoliberal order. But it's just really really important that we stick together in solidarity, and don't do bad faith is taxed on each other, and to just keep up the momentum, because honestly the left, compared to 4 years ago, compared to 8 years ago, the left is honestly stronger than ever, and we need to keep up that momentum, and hopefully we can change things in the future.
Yeah, man. As I always say, the only way out is through, right? And it's together.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Atrial, and this is literally why we got you on. We wanted, if things were looking rough, and right now it looks choppy, but it could go either way. Like it's not really, like, it's not conclusive yet.
Yeah.
What should we be doing? Because you're the long-term vision guy.
Well, I mean, it is not going to be fun for the next 24 hours or so. I'm feeling still pretty good about things. One of the things I've been thinking about a lot, and this is because I talk to a lot of people and they give me good ideas, is that Medicare for All is kind of lacking kind of an official political constituency that isn't the nurses union. Like, the nurses union has their role, but there isn't like a PAC or a 501c4, an organized group of people hammering all the time, building power around Medicare for All, the same way the Sunrise Movement is building power around fighting climate change. And that's from a youth focus. So I'm really interested in working with groups that are pro Medicare for All, but haven't made it like an issue where, for example, you make sure that there's a Medicare for All candidate in every single congressional race in 2022. That's not that far off. And then the second thing is, if you want to learn, like, just really based online organizing, you should volunteer for my gubernatorial campaign, because we're going to make socialism a big brand in California, the way it hasn't been since 1934. So those are two. And then also, I am really excited about this thing we're doing with the video game, because it's moving a little bit away from electoralism, moving away from having, like, elections kind of suck and they're kind of painful, and we have to stay involved with them, because if we don't, like, horrible people run our towns and our congressional districts and our states and our federal government. But outside of that, there are a lot of things you can do to organize, and like, I've spent the past 5 years putting together a digital strategy company, and now we're like ready to start like giving more roles to new people, and see where we can get more involved in different kinds of things. We just started something called the Meme Factory. So I think it's like whatever you're good at and whatever you enjoy. Like, I really like what Rara was talking about in terms of organizing mutual aid for sex workers. It's like there are so many needs, and there are so few people stepping up to fill those needs. Like, honestly, I don't know of any other leftist strategy companies doing political work on the West Coast. And there probably are some, but they're not, like in 5 years, I haven't like really bumped into them. There are people who work for Democrats, like that's a common thing, but there aren't people who are out there like wanting to work for socialists, wanting to challenge Democrats. And so there's a lot of room to do a lot of good, and you don't have to be a volunteer or be out of your element to do that work.
And do more of what you're good at. And if you're not good at anything, join.
Then volunteer until you are good.
Well, I think too, what you were saying, Adriel, to add on to that, mutual aid is so important, right? Like as things get worse and people, I mean, we even saw this during COVID, right? Where people continue to lose faith and become disillusioned with the federal government. It's very important for us to be based in our communities, talk to our neighbors, perform mutual aid within the localities that we live within, and coalition build. Because at the end of the day, we only have each other, And if you're looking even from an electoral lens, that's how you build the people power to somebody like maybe an AOC, right? Or Cory Bush, right? So
yeah, and that whole kind of the community organizing model that came up and kind of allowed for Obama to win. The Democrats have not really sustained that, but it's like the most important thing to building large scale power over time and getting what working class folks need to have a better quality of life. Because at the end of the day, socialism is not about saying hey, we're going to take your stuff. It's like we want everyone to have a good standard of life, where they have their basic needs met and where their work is rewarded instead of siphoned off for some parasite's profit.
Yeah. Can I give another DSA plug to anybody?
By all means, yes.
Yeah, man. I know that for me personally, I have qualms with DSA, but at the same time, there are local chapters throughout the country. If you're looking for some, somewhere to put your energy into, especially after this election, you're looking for comrades, looking for solidarity, or just even you want to just learn more, man. Join that organization and make your local chapter what you hope to see it as, right? Especially going forward. So
get two of your friends to join too. That makes it a lot cooler and easier. Listen, Hannah, I want you to add something else. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would say, what Adriel was saying with Medicare for All, one of the things I have really strong feelings about is how we really need a patient-led Medicare for All movement. And one of the reasons why I don't think that exists really well, organized these days, is because patient communities are corrupted by pharma. So you have all of these different patient communities from various different disease groups, right? It's not just the diabetes community, where pharma is literally sponsoring influencers to shill for their prescription drugs. And you also have the fact that basically all patient advocacy organizations are organizations funded by pharma. So pretty much everything in the patient community is being influenced by pharma right now. And stuff like, saying that we need free insulin, or that 25% of people with diabetes shouldn't be rationing their insulin, stuff like that is surprisingly controversial. We're the weird controversial people in the diabetes community. So what can we do on the left to, bring more patients into the fight and tell them that Medicare for All is a much actual better future than us? It's not going to be so much like the haves and the have-nots with, patients and healthcare.
Yeah, I think connecting with people, I always say, meeting people where they're at. And I think connecting with people, whatever political spectrum they fall on, through healthcare, especially because everybody knows somebody, right, who has been in debt or who has maybe even passed away, right, because of this inhumane healthcare system. And that's just the idea of Medicare for All. And people want to talk about socialism and whatnot. The other day I said to my mom, she was like, well, you shouldn't criticize people who came from Cuba, right? And I'm like, dude, I'm not even talking about Cuba, man. Universal healthcare, single payer healthcare is a common sense, just thing that happens all across the world, dude. Motherfuckers still think that Russia is communist, right? Well, you know what? Russia has universal healthcare, right? They have a single payer healthcare system, right? And it doesn't matter, even the economic system or the priorities. It just makes sense, For some reason, the United States, though, because we are beholden, like you said, Hannah, to these like, you know, pharmaceutical companies, insurance companies, it seems out of the realm of possibility, but you know, that's why we got to push for it, right?
So listen, I want to add one more thing, and then we'll take a break. And people who want to stay can stay, and people who want to go, you know, it's because we're running a half hour overtime. Everybody, give your politics in 3 words, in like a sentence. What's your political, ideological, whatever? And by the way, Comic-Con, you're new to the channel. We as a show are very disdainful of tendencies. We don't really like, if anybody, like you're having a conversation like, what's your tendency? We're like, oh god, this guy. But let's say, what are your politics in a sentence? So and we'll just go like a crossways. So Rara.
So I kind of go back and forth between I think in the last year and a half, I have definitely identified more as Marxist-Leninist. But I want to add Marxist-Leninist bimboist to that.
Yeah, sure.
That's more of my tendency. I do believe in like more of a centralized government, but I have been anarcho-communist. I have been democratic socialist, but right now it's definitely leaning more ML.
Rara, leaning ML. Grift, what's your tendency?
Like you said, I really don't like tendencies. I probably describe myself as like a non-denominational socialist. Pretty broad. Definitely with it. You know, I'm very materially based. You know, definitely grift pilled over here to stay on brand with my with my persona on Twitter. But yeah, I guess if I had to describe it in a sentence, that would be it.
Ashlyn, you're an incredibly popular anarchist on Twitter. What's
yeah, I don't know how that happens still. I'm an anarcho-communist.
Yeah.
So
Hannah,
bimboist will add to that because my thing is Barbie.
Rara, your movement's growing. Your movement's growing. Hannah, tendency?
Yeah, I don't know if I would say that I identify with a particular tendency. I think I mostly just call myself a whole leftist these days, and I think we should just redistribute wealth.
Yeah, I think it's good when good things happen, and I think it's bad when bad things happen. And I spend very little of my emotional energy trying to like construct ideal governments because I try to stay on the micro level of like, what can we do that would help people in my town survive? Aaron, you're all over the place.
I'm a Posadist. No, I'm kidding.
I knew it.
I mean, like, it's appealing in some ways. I mean, you know, Posadism with COVID characteristics, but like, no, I don't know, man. I guess I don't like tendencies either. I'm happy that people here have said that because I think it's weird when people ask you what's your tendency. I'm a humanist, right? But yeah, I don't know. I guess based off of reading, like, I'm a Marxist-Leninist. You know, I like what Lenin has to say about imperialism. You know, socialist movements, anti-imperialist movements all across the world, black and brown, have been inspired by, you know, Lenin's words. I guess I think of the idea of a vanguard party like is understandable in an American context because that's the way that our politics are. They're very like kind of atomized, but like, I don't know, man. At the end of the day, you know, you meet people where they're at, right? Like, yeah, it doesn't even matter.
Bethany Howard, I'm going to give you the last word. Describe your politics. I got problems describing them. I've tried to talk to you about politics. You're like, boy, it's a lot.
Yeah, it really is. I'm kind of blaming on the ADHD. Yeah. I'm all over the place. But I would definitely identify. I mean, in the past, I think I started becoming a little more of a feminist. But right now in my life, I've definitely become more of a humanitarian. I don't think that will change. I think I'm at that place in my life where I just if I'm gonna have a tendency where I'm gonna identify, I'm gonna identify as a humanitarian. But I definitely will say that I started off more right middle, and I've definitely shifted quite a bit.
on my views in the political world. Now I'm just trying to figure out how I'm personally still trying to figure out how I can jump in and really help and do my part. So I'm still working on that. I have to figure out my own drama first.
Well, listen, like literally everybody here tries to do a little bit while juggling their personal drama. Like literally all of us took a short break from our personal drama to come do this. And like it's good to hang out. Like you're hanging out with a bunch of cool people, and your drama is like waiting like right behind the door as soon as you turn the button up. Like, hey, missed you. So I mean that balancing act is just something all of us do. Adriel, do you have a tendency?
Yeah, I'm a library socialist. It means working for a utopian society with freely circulating abundance. We tend to say that all good tendencies are embraced by library socialism.
New Jersey has voted to legalize the possession, use, and sale of marijuana. We go live.
Hold up.
Good. I'm glad people listen to me to vote yes on one.
I love that people are getting some much needed relief. No, listen, Comic-Con, these are good questions. This is what
Brandon,
what people want to know.
Can I address something that Bethany said, which I think is super important? Is that like it doesn't matter what tendency you are. I think we have to understand that like most people in this country like are all over the place, right? And it really is meeting people where they're at. And like we all should, I'm not saying that we should like negotiate with fascists, right? Like outright fascists, but thank God most people in this country aren't fascists, right? And just accepting growth, and talking to people, and again, meeting them where they're at, like is more important than anyone identifying as a communist or a socialist or an anarchist, right? Because everyone like who works, they feel like, the effects of the system, man, they already live it, right? So preaching theory or, trying to like, convert them to any sort of tendency is probably not the best way to do it, and just connect with them on an emotional, personal level, Right.
This has been so damn rad. So this wasn't exactly what we had mapped out on the sketchbook but I think it turned out better because instead of like there maybe were loose connections between the segments, but I think it was just a great night of cool stuff and cool people. And really what I hope is, first of all, that all of y'all will come back and just get like a whole half an hour to yourselves so that we can all like hang out and give everyone more of the precious attention that we all crave.
Super fun to hang out with everybody, though.
Hell yeah. Rara, I assume that you are going to wrap up for the evening.
I'm going to wrap up because...
Plug your Patreon.
I will plug my Patreon. So not only do I do stuff with Not Safe for Wonks sometimes, but they're also my like parent media cooperative.
We're like a clout collective, basically.
Yeah, they're my uncle media company cooperative or whatever. So I have a stream and a podcast called Hot Girl Agenda. The podcast is available on Spotify right now. We're going to be on iTunes really, really, really soon. We have the first 4 episodes of the podcast out right now to listen to. And we have the last 2 streams are on Twitch, twitch.tv/xray island. My Patreon is patreon.com/hotgirlagenda. And I will be releasing bonus episodes soon. And it's basically just leftist femme agitprop. We have a really good time. I talked to some people that, don't have really huge followings, but they do really important work in their communities. And I'm just really excited to just kind of talk to whatever leftist femmes are out there that have something that they are working on or they want to promote. And we also have a podcast within a podcast called 5 to 9 Podcast. It's about sex work. And it's by me and my friend who is an escort up in Seattle, and we have.
Rara, you're super quiet, so you've got to turn yourself up again.
I'm sorry, I have no idea why my mic is going in and out like that. Anyway, Yeah, so patreon.com/hotgirlagenda, and that's my plug. And I gotta go because I have to wake up early in the morning.
Hell yeah.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. What we're gonna do is we're going to take we're gonna take a few seconds. We're gonna take a break. So everybody that's gotta go, let's get out of here. Because
I gotta go as well.
Can I plug something before I
Yes,
leave real
everybody
quick?
plug. Yeah, definitely. Everybody plug whatever you want to plug.
I'll make it real quick.
Do it.
I have a podcast, Adam Pod, A Time of Monsters. You can find it on Twitter at Adam Pod, Adam_pod. Pod. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Thank you, Brandon. Or Patreon, patreon.com/AdamPod. And I am the fourth Trillbilly now, so I'll be doing regular episodes with my comrades.
How do we not start conversations with that?
Yeah.
It
I mean,
should be
like, it's
a big thing.
Well, I mean, like, I've been listening to him for a while now, but like, I've also like potted with them, and like, I kind of feel like I know them and they're friends. Like it's not just like comrades or people I met online. Like I really like Tom, Terrence, and Tanya. Like every time I get on with them, I vibe with them. So we're gonna be recording tomorrow our reaction to this whole shit show. So check us out and subscribe to patreon.com/Trillbilly Workers Party. Right.
I love that. Anybody else just wanna shill something? Adriel, you're on shill suspension because
I know I've shilled like crazy, like twice.
Shill breaks for you, yeah. Griff, what do you got?
So I make sort of leftist Twitter themed merchandise. The website is griff.shop. So go check that out.
Can I say something real quick, Griff? Yo, that
go off.
That Christmas War veteran beanie and the shirt. Yo, y'all make really dope shit. Like I got a little bit of money now, so like actually I'm gonna order some stuff tomorrow. Yo,
that was the first design that went viral last winter, and that was the first one that really popped off. So I
gotta get me a donor hat too, yo. I gotta get one of them shits too.
Hell yeah.
Ashlyn, are you doing anything? Do people need to give you Venmo you or something? I don't know.
I mean, I'm not just gonna like take people's money.
All right. Well,
for no reason. What do you mean?
Visit Ashlyn's Twitter and give her money for no reason.
All I have going on right now is Twitter, basically. Yeah. No, please don't do that.
Don't do that. It's weird.
No, please don't.
This has been rad. And anybody that's got to go, we're gonna take 60 seconds, and we're just gonna run a trailer, and then we'll hang out for like another half an hour because we've got a good audience and. Maybe people are bored and want to hang out and do something. So we'll, if you just are bored and you're here on the panel and you want to hang out for like another half hour or so, we'll do it. But until then, listen, this has been a great Meltdown 2020. And thank you everybody for coming by and putting in way more time than you needed to hang out with us. And we really appreciate it. And hopefully we see all y'all again soon. We'll see you guys in 60 seconds for the post-game show.
I think I'm gonna sneak off though. So bye everyone. It was great.
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, this was fun.
Bye-bye.
This was great.
Hell yeah. See y'all
Be good,
later.
comrades.
Bye.
Bye.
Every time I see that thing, I feel more excited. I love that little intro thing. I try to just play it just at any random chance I get the chance. So Adriel's here, Bethany's here, Leslie's also here, and still on the road, still driving.
Leslie's the trooper here. 2-hour drive.
2-hour drive.
It's good for streaming.
To do a 10-minute set for a bunch
Hi.
For a bunch of people who are jackwagons, like I hate that for you.
Yeah, it was really fucking bad. It was really fucking bad. And I wish that I could hang on. I wish that I could I wish that I could say something good. I mean, it was great that I got the chance to do it, and I feel really good about getting back into it, but the experience itself fucking sucked. And it was on the heels of a Trump rally on the corner of where I was in Florida, in Fort Lauderdale. So yeah, tonight has been really fucking weird for me. It's not been great, but I'm still here. I'm not dead, and I'm now 30 minutes away from my house. So yay!
What's cool is no matter what happens, you are still cool. Arguably.
Did I lose everybody?
She's reaching for the light. She's like, I don't know. I don't believe in any of that.
Where the fuck did everybody go? I could hear everybody until like just now.
Oh,
why can't I hear anybody? What the fuck?
Okay. I didn't know this was a real technical problem.
Why can't I hear anybody?
I thought you were doing a bit with like, I've got low self-esteem. I don't believe.
No. Okay, Brandon, I'm an idiot. I have my phone tied into the radio of my car, and I turned the sound down, and I'm a fucking moron, and that's why I couldn't hear you.
Okay. Well, what I said was, no matter what happens, you're still cool.
I've never been cool. Just so you know, Brandon, I have never been cool. I wasn't cool in junior high. I wasn't cool in grade school. I wasn't cool in high school. I've never in my life ever been fucking cool. Ever. I have always been a dork. I've always been this, and I'm okay with that.
Bethany, if you get around the right people, you can become cool, right? Like you've just.
Exactly. You just get around. I know that you get me around the wrong people, and I'm like, and if you get me around the right people who are, weird like me, they're cool to me.
It's really about, like, Leslie, if you don't feel like you're cool enough as a person, you've got to find progressively more pathetic people. So until that you can settle in and you can be like, this is great because all of these people on this level look up to me. You got to find the kid with the
That's the reason why I'm still on the network. Is because you guys make me seem cooler.
Ouch.
Because I am so not cool on my own.
It's true. It's true. Maybe we got you to make us look cooler. Have you thought about that?
No, I have thought about that, and I have made you cooler.
Yeah, that's
initially most people do not think I'm cool, and then they start talking. The longer they're with me, the more they're like, yeah, maybe you're actually cool. I remember in high school, I had my senior year, and people did not like me until senior year, and they're like, oh, you're actually cool. Oh my God. I'm like, oh, thanks. So now you think I'm cool. Thanks. Wait, we're about to leave high school, and now you think I am. Okay.
Yeah, now I'm not going to see any of you people again. Now you're warming up to me.
And then I left, and then I moved a whole state away. I'm 2 whole states away. So
were you cool in the new state that you moved to, or did you start at the bottom of the social radar again?
I've always been a very small group people. Like, people like me, but then I've always had people going. I've always had people come into my lives when I needed them. That's that. I mean, it's always how it's been. So.
But that's not a bad thing. It's just
no. When I said I've transformed a lot over my life. So I've been through different phases. So I've had people during those phases who were a lot like me at that time. So that's how it's always been, quite honestly.
Bethany, are you and Adriel both sober?
Oh, I'm sober. I wish I wasn't.
I
that I've been dealing with lately, I'm just like, maybe a little alcohol, maybe some weed, whatever.
Adriel, are you sober tonight?
Yeah, it's been several hours since I smoked pot, and I've got a beer, but I have to drink them way faster to not be sober. So
I personally really don't drink that much. I mean, I'll have moments. Again, I go in phases. So when I decide I'm done, I'm done. When I decide I want to, then I'll deal with it a little bit. But once I decide I'm done, I'm like, okay, I'm bored now. I'm kind of at that point now where I'm like, not so great.
I want to share the current election HQ results because they're wild, and they're wild in two ways. So first, when you see it, you're going to be shocked because Trump is dominating a lot of this map.
But isn't that like rural areas that don't have many?
Virginia, despite it being called for Biden by many outlets, Trump is still ahead in the numerical count. Pennsylvania I think had a chunk of votes dropped off, but Trump has been ahead in Pennsylvania for most of the night.
Brandon.
Yes.
I'm glancing at my map at your map because I'm driving.
Yes.
But if I'm looking at your map correctly, does Trump have Illinois?
No, he's got Indiana.
Okay. Indiana makes perfect sense because that's where my last ex, who had the Confederate box, that's where he got his rebel flag tattoo. So that makes perfect sense.
Let me tell you. It's really interesting though, because even though you've got these things that look like Trump bloodbath, which is he's ahead in Virginia, just in the count. He's been ahead in Pennsylvania all night. He's won Florida. He's winning Ohio. And it looks like he's actually doing very well in Michigan, Wisconsin. Although those two states could go either way, the fact that he's really competitive in Michigan is a really bad sign. However, this is a weird election. And Biden is ahead in Iowa right now. And the Iowa, it's only 6, but he's ahead in Iowa. He's also just hanging on in Montana. And this is kind of critical, Arizona is looking incredibly good for Biden. And it looks like all of the Biden appeals actually, and it's also partially because of Mark Kelly, who has been very popular in that state.
You know what's so funny though? You pop on CNN and they're acting like Ohio is a toss-up. They're like,
yes.
They're like, oh, Biden's got this. You see where it's blue here, and it's literally just a small fraction, while the rest of it's red in those other counties. And they're like acting like, oh, there's a possibility, they in Ohio. I'm like, if they win Ohio, I'll be shocked.
Right. I don't think Ohio is
before the primaries.
But I think
nobody, especially Biden, was not winning Ohio. You put in somebody else. You put in Tulsi Gabbard. You put in Andrew Yang. You actually had a chance.
Yes, but
you put in Biden. I knew it was done for. I was like, Biden.
The whole rationale of Biden was that he was going to win Pennsylvania. So if it turns out that Biden can't give you the state, then it's like, and again, and it's important to note this, and I'm going to come to it because this will be the
50-50. It's 50-50. So it was when I went to Ohio. You could see most people did not even have a sign.
Mm-hmm.
So the people who did, you could tell it was 50-50. And the people who had Trump signs were getting their signs taken off. They were all being petty and whatever.
Yeah.
But, it was about 50-50. But I already knew to win, you had to have basically a wave. And I knew they weren't going to have that. Because Hillary won the popular vote. Hillary had a lot of that. And Trump won.
Yeah.
With Biden, I had no doubt in my mind that I don't see him being competitive like that.
Well, let's
and CNN is so misleading too. That the way they do that, I'm like, why are you making them pulling the leg? Why are you making it look like it's so close?
Bethany, wait a second, because I want to for people who are watching, I want to get to this, which is one, just based on this map, and we don't know a whole lot. If this kind of map were to hold, you could easily be looking at a tie.
Yeah, a tie.
Now-
but
now there's
I think
no-
Democrats will lose at a tie. I think as far as electoral, you could have a tie, but I think Trump will have the popular vote. So if you have a tie,
Well, in that situation, Bethany, the popular vote actually would not matter in that event. It would become about the state legislatures.
it will be a bloodbath if
Well,
it is.
no, if it's a tie, Trump will win if it's a tie.
Yeah,
Just because of the state legislatures and stuff. But however, with that being said, there's another point that's more important than all of this speculation, which is the vote counting is not done, and it's not close to done. And this
People are still sending in their ballots like since yesterday and today, because I think in Ohio you had until the 2nd or the 3rd to mail in the ballot. So that's not going to be counted yet. I mean, the only reason really I voted, I almost was like, fuck it, it doesn't even matter, and there's no way I could vote Biden or Trump.
Right.
But and in Illinois, it doesn't really matter. But I realized that it really mattered to vote for more of the local, the state stuff, the court stuff. The court stuff is important. So that's why I sent mine in.
When this show started, Adriel, I was like telling people the way that this entire night is gone. I told them in advance. I said Biden's going to jump out to a lead. Everyone's going to go, oh, wow, it's going to be a block for Biden. Then Trump's actual day of numbers are going to come in. And then, and Trump's going to go ahead, get ahead. And then there will be the rest of the votes, like the absentee votes, the early votes, and all this other stuff. So the night is going as expected.
Okay, can I just throw something out there, guys?
Yeah.
I just had to pull over and pee. I just had to pull over and pee.
I hear a police siren behind you, so I hope that they're not hearing you.
No, I think that's in my
I just pulled over on the highway.
on stream. Is that the first time you've had someone pee out of a car on stream?
I did. I just had to pull over and pee. I was about to die.
So funny.
So I apologize. I apologize to everyone, but yeah, I just had to pull over and pee, and I've got another
as long
20 minutes
as long
to
as
go.
you didn't. Well, I don't know what we would say if someone on stream.
Oh, I'm sure it's gonna be fine. You know. It'll all
You didn't pull a Tubin.
It'll all work itself out.
I feel much better.
I feel a lot better too. I feel glad that tension is off of you. All right. So this stream was designed to be a stream about Coke Take. So I'm going to read this Coke Take from Hannah Jones. You know, one day after this election's over, I'm going to write a piece about how Latino is a contrived ethnic category that artificially lumps white Cubans with black Puerto Ricans and indigenous Guatemalans and helps explain why Latinos support Trump at the second highest rate. People are constantly surprised by how Latinos trail only white voters in their support for Trump, but this is an unsophisticated understanding of the Latino as a category created by white po. Do white Cubans as a group identify naturally with cute Mexicans in camps? I've studied and traveled to Cuba, the DR, Brazil. Trust me, all these former slave societies suffer racial divisions and racial hierarchies based on whiteness. But when they come to the U.S., we suddenly tell them they are all part of a single minority group. Nope. And listen, here's the good news. The good news is that's not wrong. None of it's wrong. You know, whatever. It just seems like it's a little bit late to have this blazing take the night of the election while you're panicking about Florida. Like, get a grip, get some perspective before you
Think about Florida when you know Florida was red.
Latinos are no longer people of color. Some of you guys are okay, but we've got to readjust here.
No, I'm sorry. Latinos have never considered themselves people of color except for when it benefits them. So I'm just gonna throw that out. I'm just gonna throw this out there, and I'm gonna get myself canceled. But fuck them.
Leslie, no.
No, I'm just gonna throw it out there. Fuck them. They only call themselves people of color when it fucking benefits them. Fuck them.
Leslie, you're drunk. Stop it.
I am not drunk, and you know what? I'm not drunk. I'm just old, and I remember. I have a long fucking memory, and fuck them.
Well, tell us what those memories are like. What was happening?
No, yeah, we didn't. No.
I just mean, do you want to add context to your?
No, I'm just. You know what? I'm just tired of Latinos, Hispanics, whatever the fuck, because that's the other thing. And I'm going straight Gen X right now. Fuck everybody and what they want to be fucking called. You know, I try to call everyone what they want to be called whenever they want to be called it. And I know that I'm old, and I know that I don't always get it right, but fuck that and that bullshit, because the fucking Hispanics /Latinos /Latinas that are fucking voting for fucking Trump, those are the ones who only call themselves people of color when it fucking benefits them, so fuck them. Yeah, I fucking said it.
That's not totally.
Trump did mention that we were on stolen lands. That's why they like him. He acknowledged that we were on their stolen lands.
We are, oh my God, we are so much on stolen lands that everything in America should be fucking poltergeist, because we are all on Indian fucking burial grounds. We are living in a fucking haunted house.
I mean, Bethany, that's something that you talk about a lot.
Well, yeah, Mark Charles. So, you know, that's definitely something I have to acknowledge. There's been a lot of discrepancies with Biden's background too, on top of that. So it's hard not to, you know, compare in some ways for some.
Oh, fuck Biden.
Exactly.
Fuck Biden. No, fuck Biden. Fuck Trump. I voted for fucking Howie Hawkins last week.
Was telling me that my sign is the fuck 'em both 2020, and I was like, yep.
Sure.
No, fuck them both. Yes. Fuck Biden. Fuck Trump. I voted for Howie Hawkins last week, and the only reason I voted for fucking Howie Hawkins is because the fucking DNC decided that we couldn't have fucking Bernie. Fuck them all.
Listen.
Yeah, I still feel shitty about not having Andrew Yang, so you know, I feel you.
This is very wild. I'm looking at these numbers as they're coming in, and it looks like, and this might end up being, and again, the votes aren't all counted, but it looks like he's doing a little better out west. This Idaho thing's not going to stay. There's like 5 votes in. Don't pay attention to Idaho. Kanye's in second place in Idaho right now. Forget Idaho. But Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Nevada, California could potentially be a path to victory, although he needs to get one of these back.
I mean, there's always a possibility, but it's going to go. I have no doubt that it's going to be, no matter what the outcome is, even if it's tied, even if it's whatever. And we're still not done counting them. As someone said earlier, it's going to go to the Supreme Court. It's going to be argued. And with the ballot harvesting, we all know this was not an ethical process. I mean, it's hard to ignore that.
Well, we'll just see where it goes for the remainder of the evening. It's a wild night. What?
Brandon,
what's happening? Yes.
Here's the thing. I don't have faith, because the club that I was at tonight, I was talking to people about the election. First of all, I had to ask the bartender to turn on the election results because nobody was fucking paying attention. They were watching it ESPN.
Did you notice in each state it's like only a couple million each? Do you know how low that is? Do you know how low of a turnout that is? The general masses are like, fuck them both. The this is dumb. They're two old white men who are not inspiring.
Sure.
So as I'm talking to these young comedians, in this club, and I was telling them about my history of politics. And I was like, you know what? I've been into politics since I was in grade school. I said, I went to my first inauguration, my first debate, my first presidential debate was Carter Ford. And none of the people in the bar were born when that fucking happened.
Okay. Well, Adriel, do you feel like this is all going to probably work out?
I mean, it's hard to tell when people have like 60-40, projections in terms of the likelihood. Those are not odds I like at all. However, I do know that every strategist that I've been talking to for the past couple of weeks has said exactly what you pointed out, is that it would look okay for a minute, maybe, then it would look very red, and then that's like how tonight will end. Trump may or may not try to claim victory at like 2 a.m. That's like the thing that's scary. And then like tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, it looks better and better, and then does it end up in the Supreme Court? Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
And then Trump will be like rigged if it changes at all.
It's fine.
I
think it's going to change in one direction or another because it's 11 and they're not done counting, and they weren't going to be done counting.
It's only gonna be, I don't know who's going to rig it, but it's going to be rigged.
It's going to be weeks. Well, not weeks, but it's going to be days before we know who won, and we knew that was going to be the case because there's a pandemic and it takes longer to count votes.
I was, I guess, way too hopeful to think that it might be clearer. America, it's one of my friends, Noah Changa, who's done a lot of work in Georgia with voter protection and turnout and registration. She says we could expect that this is America and this is how it was going to be. Like, you don't get a landslide because there's too many Americans who are fucking bastards.
Here's the thing.
No, there's going to be
Assholes.
no. I don't see who's going to have a landslide. Who's going to have a landslide? It looks like
Bernie Sanders would have had a landslide if you look at the numbers for like Medicare for All and Fight for 15.
Bernie Sanders had a better shot. Andrew Yang had a better shot. Better shot.
Well, listen,
They need to rig the primaries all the time.
No, we're not doing. We already had it.
Biden looked like the underdog. Like, Biden didn't even look like he was gonna win, but look, he got to the fourth state. I'm like, that's because he rigged it.
We did all that earlier in the night. We're not doing another primary relitigation station. We all got together. We all held hands. We were like, Bernie would have won, and we did it. We did it.
I missed that. So we needed a little bit of it.
Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I don't want people listening to be like, let's relitigate the primaries again. That's not a good idea. It's not a good idea to do any. Keep all your hot blazing takes. Save them for like a week. Sit on them.
Let them marinate.
Let them marinate for a little while. It's gonna be fine.
Brandon.
Yes.
So, in 2016, I would like to know, and I'm sorry, I'm driving, so I can't see everyone's names on the screen. I know there's 4 of us. So I would like to know, Brittany, and I can't see the other gentleman's
We've got Bethany and Adriel Hampton are both here.
Okay, Bethany. Okay, I want to know from the 3 of you. In 2016, at this time of the night, what were you thinking? And if you remember, what did you do? Because I remember where I was at this moment in 2016 and what I did. Where were you guys, and what did you do?
At this moment in 2016, it was looking incredibly likely that Trump was going to win because Trump had broken through both Pennsylvania and Michigan. And so once those numbers came in, because Hillary's map was a little different, we were like, Hillary's not working out west in maybe the way Biden is. So I was on a weird sleep schedule. So I woke up and it was 11 o'clock, and the map was the map. I was like, looks like Trump's gonna win, man. It's like it was like 10 or 10:30, 11, roughly this time. I was like, oh wow, that's crazy. And I just had a couple extra drinks, and I was just surprised. I wasn't freaking out or anything.
So the rest of you, what were you thinking in 2016? What were you thinking at this point in the election?
Sure. And Adriel, where was your head at 11?
I don't know. I'd have to like check my Twitter account and see what I was thinking. I was in California, you know, and this is the one where I really don't like Hillary Clinton. So it was like a different thing. Like I wouldn't have worked for Hillary Clinton, I don't think. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, Bethany, wait a
minute. Wait. What was I doing? I'm sorry. I was thinking about San Francisco election results 4 years ago because I was out there like not working, you know, because we thought the presidential was going to be such a smooth thing, so we weren't thinking about it very much. We were like working on San Francisco races, which were very consequential. If you want to help out your neighbors, make sure they don't get evicted, sure. And so I think it was a shock, but you know, I was way more caught up in local results. Yeah.
Bethany, what were you doing in 2016, and how did you feel?
Well, with 2016, so that was when I ended up not voting. I was going to vote, but then with all the drama and whatever, I was like, whatever.
Sure. Okay.
So, you know, with all the emails and whatever, I was like, this isn't very exciting. I'm like, there's too much drama for me. I don't like a lot. I want someone that's actually inspiring. But I mean, looking back, I thought maybe Hillary would win. I honestly would. I remember having discussions with my friends and being like, and being mad, not necessarily about Hillary, but they, you know, at the time in Ohio, they were Trump supporters, and that's why Trump won there. And I actually wasn't until I went there and saw all the Trump signs, and I didn't realize Trump was that like big. I honestly was like, Trump is Hitler. I was literally calling Trump Hitler then. So I literally just figured he'd lose just based off the fact that he was saying shit that made him sound like Hitler, pretty much to me. Like building a wall and literally hating on women and every person of color. I'm like, what the heck? Like, so I thought he would lose, honestly. And so around this time, I tuned in, and I don't know what station I was watching, but I think maybe it was CNN. You know, CNN, you know how they are with the Democrats. They're going to make them sound like she was going to win. I think at this time I was kind of already tuning out. I think I fell asleep like an hour later. And I think at the time Hillary was slightly ahead, and I fell asleep. And then in the morning they said Trump won, and I'm like, what? Trump actually won? I'm like,
yeah. Well, and then just so you Bethany, Bethany, just so you remember, Hillary was never ahead. Never.
She was ahead? I don't know.
Yeah. But well,
I was barely paying attention back.
The people on the news were saying that she was ahead and good for, but the votes didn't ever put her ahead. So listen.
Now, by the time Biden now got here, I can barely. Ever since like it really started to pick up, I started not paying attention.
Okay.
This is bullshit.
Listen, everybody, it's been great, but listen, it's 11, and nothing's gonna happen tonight. So everybody,
I'm just waiting for my local results in California. You know.
Yeah.
Somebody is a winner maybe tomorrow, but
we won't know for a little while. So everybody, chill out. Go get some rest. And if you're watching this, don't watch any more political streams. Watch one of the stand-up comedy marathon streams. They literally did an open mic night all day. And if you go to Comedy Hub TV. They're on Twitch. They're twitch.tv/Comedy Hub, and go watch that. Go hang out. Go do something fun. And in fact, don't even listen to their election day coverage. Go do something else. And tomorrow, get up and go freak out and do all that stuff that we told you to do. Go organize. But if you're still up at like,
maybe we'll get lucky and it'll be Biden.
yeah,
Maybe.
listen, yes, literally anything can happen. We have no idea because this virus, the pandemic, we have literally no idea what's happening yet. So, and we knew that would be the case.
Told us all the ballots have been sent in. They claim that there's like anything, but yeah. Everybody just tune out.
Twitch.tv/Comedy Hub. Go hang out there. And we will talk to y'all at a later time. Adriel, thank you you stayed through the post show. You were like just die hard, and we really
It's
love
great.
that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh,
Sure
Bethany, Leslie.
Nice
we
hanging
love
out, Bethany, Leslie.
that. All right. We'll see
Thanks
you
again.
later.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody.